Call the meeting to order for the June 28, 2022 City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Thank you. I first just want to acknowledge and thank the Girl Scout troop in the back who just gave me an education on monarch butterflies and the invasive plants that are impacting their lives and thereby our whole ecosystem. So thank you so much for attending and for the gifts you've given to the council. Now is the time for public comments on agenda and non-agenda items.
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosher. According to the agenda, you're about to adjourn to a closed session to discuss the price and terms of payment for the purchase or lease of a property in the airport area at 1201 Dove Street. The agenda doesn't say if you're considering the purchase or the lease, although it seems like it would be easy for it to do so. And more importantly, it doesn't explain why you are considering the purchase or lease of that property. I wouldn't think that would be a secret, or at least I would hope that it's not. And the speculation is that you are considering this property because it might be a future location for relocation of our police headquarters. I don't know if that is correct or not, because I haven't, that I can recall, heard any public discussion of if and whether we should relocate the police headquarters or rebuild it at its current location. It's true that a rebuilding or relocation has been in our facilities finance plan for quite a long time, but I don't see any plan in the capital improvement program that you approved at your last meeting for any immediate design work or anything that would require the purchase of a new property. So I am curious about that, and I think it would have been helpful to indicate on the agenda what the item is about. And especially I think it would be helpful to have more public discussion of whether that is a good location or not, assuming that's the purpose, before you commit to some kind of long-term arrangement. And then final part of my comment, I found this kind of amusing, but I discovered this afternoon I actually have a personal interest in the outcome of your negotiation, which arises out of my apparently poor choice of banks. For many years, I used a bank in the Dover-Westcliff area, which was convenient to me. About a decade ago, that bank was bought out by a larger one that in their new corporate interest thought they should close that branch, and they directed me to go to Corona Del Mar at the corner of Pacific Coast Highway and Poppy. I've had to go there for about 10 years. This last month, I discovered that they're being bought out by yet another bank. And on the door today, when I went there, it is telling me that the new bank is closing that location. And where am I being directed to go? 1201 Dove Street. So I'm trying to visualize a bank in the police headquarters, if that's what it is. And apparently that new relationship, if you go forward with this purchase, will not be a very long one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. First of all, I don't hear very well. I couldn't hear a thing he said. So if you, some of my statements, you make a snide remark about what I say, it's not going to worry because I can't hear it anyway. I hope you give me a little more than 3 minutes. And I think when I get into what I have to say, I think it will warrant that. I had back surgery.
Sir, the council will advise you not to enter what's called the well. No, I didn't want to. But also, we can't hear you when you step away from the microphone. So we'll reset your time to 3 minutes.
Sorry.
That's okay. We'll reset your time to 3 minutes, but we'll enforce the 3 minutes.
The reason I did that was to be 10 feet away from you, each one of you. I'm 75 years old. My wife's 75. And I only say that because when you get that age, you start thinking about the rest of your life. And we moved to Newport Beach 21 years ago. Love it. came from Covina, developed there, still do, for 55 years. There were a couple of things that we looked at. One was the amenities in Newport Beach. But let me tell you, the number one I looked at was safety. When we had making a decision to finish up our lives down by the beach, we had had civil unrest in Los Angeles. Some of the groups that were causing the physical issues came into very nice neighborhoods, things you'd never believe. And I won't go into where they went, but you never believe it. Well, we said, my wife and I said, that's never going to happen in Newport Beach. There's only 3 or 4 ways to come in. The citizens are similar to us. They have the same concerns. I believe, and believe me, I've been before city council for 55 years, and I'm well aware of the whole situation about restrictions you have and what you can do and what you can't do. That's why I could never be a politician. Health and safety. We lost it. My name is, I don't know what to tell you, Bill McIntyre. My wife and I lost part of that we'll never receive back again. And I'm here because I'm very, very selfish. And I also am civic-minded. But selfish is probably the first thing. So I don't have to hide anything about where's this agenda. Mine is safety. And even though I won't be able to ever get it back, 2 weeks ago, on a Thursday night, listen to me, 8:35 in the evening, in Irvine Terrace, we go to bed fairly early, my wife and I. And so at 8:35, she comes into my bedroom to give me my medications. At 8:42, the most earth-shattering sound I've heard in a long time. My bed is 10 feet away from those windows. So when I was walking there at 10 feet, believe me, I'm not going to do anything. That was to give you a little feel for what it's like. I've talked to my neighbors. The only way, and I know you have restrictions on what you can do and what you can't do, and I'll leave those up to you. But what happened was our plate glass windows were shattered by 3 individuals that snuck up all around. Now, we have burglar alarms. We have lights. We have everything that we thought we could do. So I'm laying there. This plate glass window is shattered. We got glass all over the place. And then I hear something that's like something that is cleaning the glass out. My wife screams, "Bill, what's the matter? What happened?" She thought I'd fallen out of bed. I thought that a bird, what do I know, we look on the bluff, that a bird had flown in and broke the sliding glass doors. No. It was 3, and they tell me from a South American gang, I don't know. 3 gentlemen came, broke our windows, slashed our our drapes, had to have some kind of something, machete or something, and were on their way inside my home. 10 feet away from right here, by myself or my wife. And at that point, we lost something. We didn't know what we lost, but from that day on, the feeling of being violated is something I've heard all my life, but I never experienced it. So it's easy for me to sit and say, oh, yeah. Well, I want to stress to the women here, my wife is a physical wreck. We spend a lot more than I'd like to, but when we come home at night, we have to go over it. And for the rest of my life, I've got to give away a second, 5 seconds, 15 seconds. Every time I go to sleep, I've got to give that away to these crumbs because I'm worried. My wife is even more than that. And when you start thinking about that, the cost, I'm going to get into what I would propose, but
Sir, I've given you 1 minute and 30 seconds above the time, so I need you to, I'm sorry that you went through this. A lot of community members have.
Okay. I understand that, but the community needs to hear this. If you can't give special time, I'll come back or whatever. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yes, and the community does need to hear about it. It's really unfortunate. I personally, and I think some of us know that it's from the weakening of our criminal justice system by politicians in Sacramento and Northern California. Happy to talk about it with you after, but it's a really serious issue. And in Newport Beach, we fully fund our police and support law enforcement and the full extent of prosecution we can do.
How you doing? My name is John Solis. I worked for Mr. McIntyre for a long time. His comments, what he wanted to come up here is he wanted to come talk to you guys about getting the flock system. The flock system is a great system throughout the city. I'm sure the police don't know about it. I got some flock systems. I'm from the San Gabriel Valley. I sat on the council in La Puente for 20 years. We got them up there. In the first 2 weeks we had the flock system, we caught 3 people who was wanted for homicide, and we've gotten 19 stolen cars in 3 weeks from just driving. I know some people don't like the flock system because they're afraid to get their picture taken. They're afraid people are going to know where they're at. But that's not what the system works. The system's to read the license plates, to see if there was a crime and the police are called and the crime is in one area. They can look at those cameras at that time and see if that car went through there, went through another intersection, and they can follow that. So Mr. McIntyre, that's what you want to come up here and see if this police department or you guys are interested in going to the flock system and throughout Newport Beach, because he is 10 feet. These guys came from the cameras I've seen. They jumped over the wall. They had backpacks on their back that were this big. They busted the window. They came in with a machete, cleaned the window out, and they cut the curtain trying to get in. And the only reason why they didn't come in is because they heard the dog barking. And when you hear the dog bark, he scares you. So they got scared. They jumped over the fence into the neighbor's yard, because the house is being built, they have free access. So he's having problems sleeping at night. He has to have armed security at his house now because he can't sleep. And so he's wanting to come to you guys in the police department and see if you guys are willing to move to the flock system. That's what he was trying to come up here and say.
Okay, well, it's a very serious issue. Thanks for sharing your story. And well, I've talked to our police department about that system. I've never heard of it.
And I know, Noah, thank you for your time. We came to your restaurant to bug you and talk to you. We appreciate your time you gave us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Michael Sun. I typically live in New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, so I've always loved coming to Newport Beach, and really deeply appreciate the City Council and all the work that you've done over the many years. Every day it's such a joy coming here. I'm wondering what it takes to, I guess, bring the best of the U.S. and the world to Newport Beach, such as, do you have the capability, like bringing a 3-star Michelin restaurant or world's best restaurant or other really beautiful experiences here? That would be really wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't know. How many Michelin restaurants do we have? Noah? 0. This is a restaurateur, Noah Blum, saying we don't have a good suggestion. Okay, we'll now close the public comments. Mr. Hart, we have a closed session announcement.
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon. The City Council will adjourn to closed session to meet with the city's real property negotiators regarding the property located at 1201 Dove Street, and that's all set up forth on the agenda under agenda item number 3A. Thank you.
Thank you. A recess until our 4:30 regular meeting. Call the meeting to order for the June 28, 2022 regular City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Thank you. Ms. Harp, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon. There's no closed session report this evening.
Okay, we have a special guest for invocation, Reverend James Pike of Lutheran Church of the Resurrection from Huntington Beach. Reverend?
Let us pray. We give you thanks, Lord God, for the gift of summer. May you bless those who rest and recreate in our city and on our coasts. We pray for these proceedings tonight. May your spirit of wisdom attend those who have been called to govern and to lead. And we pray for our nation as we prepare for Independence Day. May you renew in us those natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for the sake of the common good and the joy of your people. And we ask for all these gifts in your name. Amen.
Thank you. For those at home who can't see, the Reverend is wearing the same sandals that Jesus wore. Thank you. Councilman Duffield, please lead us in the pledge.
Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our great country? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's a dad joke. Madam Clerk, notice to the public.
The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items.
Thank you. Now it's time for council announcements or reports from council members on committee activities, and time for council members to request an A1 item to be placed on a future agenda. Councilman O'Neill, do you have any announcements?
Yes, I was able to spend time with the Corona Del Mar Residents Association talking about our most recent passage of the budget for the city. We all attended the new grand opening of the fire station near Lido today, which was gorgeous. Enjoy your 4th of July, folks. There are multiple parades in our city, and it'll be a whole lot of fun. And then just a reminder to everyone, July 6th, next Wednesday, is Ben Carlson Day here in the city of Newport Beach. And every year, July 6th marks the memory of losing Ben Carlson, who was a hero and ensured that what he did ensured that that someone he saved would survive. And so if you haven't had an opportunity to see the documentary of Ben's life, I encourage you to do so. But either way, July 6th will be Ben Carlson Day. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Duffield.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So 4th of July, I just want to give a quick update on what goes on our harbor in the Turning Basin. So we all know about the rafting issues we've had, but just want to let you know that Paul Blank, our harbor master, has a clear understanding of what to do and how to keep it under control. And so we welcome rafting, and if done in the proper way, just remember, Paul will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dixon.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as Councilmember O'Neill mentioned, we had the glorious grand opening of our new Peninsula fire station, which is replacing the Lido fire station that has represented the Peninsula for 70 years. And I encourage all members of the public to drop by the new fire station. I'm sure many of you have been driving by it over the months of construction. It is truly a sight to behold. We're very proud of it. And it's a beautiful representation of our outstanding public safety programs in their city, and the fire and police and lifeguard officials who all support us and keep us safe. Just to recounting on some past activities, June 23rd was the OCOG, which is Orange County Council of Government. I sit on their board. We had our meeting on June 23rd going over some pending issues related to Orange County and RENA and housing, and this continues. As a reminder, July 4th is for families on the peninsula. Specifically, that parade starts at 9 a.m. at 36th Street. And it's for families, and then the parade travels down to Channel Island Park. And it is really a wonderful way to kick off the July 4th holiday. My next town hall is July 19th, so mark your calendars. The next Aviation Committee meeting is July 18th. And a happy and safe 4th of July to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Brenner.
Yes, I don't know if we have any slides tonight or not, but I attended the opening day ceremonies for the junior lifeguards this year, and I've got my 5th grandchild is now in junior guards, and this is the last one going through, so it was fun to be there. I wanted to thank our lifeguard department for just really such remarkable organization for over 1,600 of these junior guards. And an even bigger thank you for all the logistics in sending them home the next day during the lightning and thunder storm. And I know that was probably not easy, and probably a lot of parents were not happy they were being sent home. But in light of the death that happened here in Southern California from a lightning strike, I really appreciated them doing that. Diane and I attended a community picnic on Newport Island and were told the story of the No Picasso signs that they have all over the island. They think that these anti-Picasso signs have been effective in keeping the one Picasso home there from selling out all its shares very quickly. And I've been looking at the StopPicassoNow.com website and seeing what other cities are doing in this regard. And I'd like to A1 this topic for a future council meeting, because there are some other cities that are taking more of a proactive stance than we're doing. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Avery.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Orange County Sanitation District Board of Directors meeting, part of my role over there, and really enjoyed the fire station opening. There's something about a new fire station, and it just reflects this community's desire to really keep the infrastructure, and especially the safety infrastructure, in really good shape, and a brand new fire station certainly does that. So it just was a great project all around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Blum.
Thank you, Mayor. I did also get to attend the junior lifeguard starting ceremony, which was unbelievable. They didn't let us jump off the pier this time, which was extremely disappointing, but we'll push for that again soon. I also got to attend the opening of the new sculpture exhibits for our Phase 7, which was amazing. And I know it's not what you think of me, that I love a lot of art in this world, but it is amazing to see that we're constantly changing through them, and kind of what a jewel that is to be able to wander a park and see some beautiful original works of art in this city. And I really enjoyed that. The fire station was great with everybody. It's kind of a get-together for all of us council members up here, where we got to see each other in our finest. I was wearing the same thing that the pasture that just gave us my best flip-flops. And that's about all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. And I have a couple announcements. Do you have some slides? Well, the first one doesn't fit the well, let me do the couple announcements first, so I'll go into that. Once again, we have some great celebrations and family-friendly activities happening on July 4th here in Newport Beach. Our 11th annual Newport Peninsula Bike Parade and Community Festival begins at 9 a.m. at 36th Street and Channel Place. The 49th annual Independence Day Family Celebration at Mariners Park begins at 10:30 a.m. with a bike parade followed by a family carnival. At 1 p.m., you can catch Old Glory Boat Parade in the harbor, which I believe I'll participate in with some of my colleagues, followed by the coastal flyover at about 5:35 p.m. And finally, the fireworks at the Newport Dunes begin at 9 p.m. There will be road closures scheduled at various times during the holiday weekends to help manage traffic and accommodate special events. For more information, go to newportbeachca.gov/July 4th. That will cover the road closures as well as those events I just mentioned. Of course, we request you please celebrate safely. As a reminder, all fireworks are apparently illegal in the city of Newport Beach. I did not know that. And the Peninsula Safety Enhancement Zone, fines can be tripled for illegal activities such as drinking in public and loud and unruly gatherings. We look forward to celebrating our nation's Independence Day with you. On this slide, on this slide, you saw us ribbon cutting for the beautiful fire station on the peninsula, and the hard work is specifically noted for Diane for aesthetics and community involvement, and Councilman O'Neill for his financial oversight, and I know it meant a lot to them, especially, and all of us were proud to be a part of it. We look forward to seeing it for generations. Next slide. Okay, it was out of order. This is my slide. Announcement, yeah. Heather did all the work. I appreciate that. This is our baby girl, Taylor Ann. And I've already forgotten her birthday. It's been a really long week. But she was born at Hogue, and Dr. Howe and staff were fantastic, as they always are. And we're really appreciative for the support we've got to. And we look forward to raising Taylor Ann in the beautiful city of Newport Beach. Okay, now we go on to matters which council members have asked to be placed on future agenda, and this is not up for discussion or debate. We simply do a straw poll. This one is Councilmember Dixon's request to consider whether the city should adopt any additional local regulations related to electric bikes. So this is to have a staff report and discussion on it. Raising hand does not mean you support regulation, but you support the discussion. Let's vote if you want to have the discussion.
That would be council members Brenner, Avery, Dixon, Duffield, and O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the notice regarding public comments on consent calendar.
This is a time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 17. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember O'Neill, do you have any items to pull from the consent calendar or conflicts to announce related to items 1 through 17?
I have none, thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Duffield. Councilwoman Dixon.
I have none, but can I make a statement about one?
Sure.
Item number 17, item F, for the Aviation Committee. Excuse me, we still are receiving and open applications for District 1 representatives on the Aviation Committee. So just a further reminder to the public, for anyone who lives in District 1 and would like to serve on the city's Aviation Committee, to please submit your application. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Brenner.
I'd like a brief discussion on item 7 and item 10. And do we have to recuse ourselves on item 15 to vote for ourselves, or how does that work, Aaron? We can vote for ourselves? Okay.
So you're pulling items 7 and 10, Councilwoman Brenner?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Avery.
I have none.
Mayor Pro Tem Blum.
I have none.
I have a recusal to lodge on item 10, which I'll excuse myself during that discussion, Councilman Lalonde, or Mayor Pro Tem Blum, and that's related to undergrounding conflict, but we'll discuss it again at the regular calendar. Is there a motion?
I'd like to move the balance of consent.
Thank you. Is there a second?
With changes to the minutes, polling items 7 and 10 by Councilmember Brenner and a recusal by yourself, Mayor, on item 10.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Dixon. Any public comments on those items we just discussed, with exception to the item 7 and 10 item pulled?
Hi, Dennis Bress, Balboa Island. Good to see you all. Mayor, congratulations on the birth. Fantastic. Just want to comment on the Aviation Committee. So District 1, that would be Peninsula, right? So anyone watching this that wants to get involved in our discussion and process, of which you're the chair and Vice Chair Blum, just want to make public comment that the city is doing a great job in trying to hold the county, who is the operator and owner of that facility, accountable for the departures into our community. So one of the comments that I wanted to make specifically is that we'll get into hopefully at the next Aviation Committee, and that is that we use legal to hold the county responsible, because my residents and my neighbors in Balboa Island definitely want to see, let's say, better departures. And through our hard work, we've been able to coin HSQ, high, slow, quiet, and LFL, low, fast, loud. So we just want the county to be responsible for the mechanism to make sure every departure is HSQ. So the Peninsula plays a key role. So anybody that's listening to this, we definitely need someone to fill in that slot for District 1. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bress. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance titles for items 3 and 4. Ordinance 2022-14, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending Section 12.68.60C of the Newport Beach Municipal Code to remove certain streets from the preferential parking program in Zone 3, East Bluff. Ordinance 2022-15, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving a military equipment use policy for the Newport Beach Police Department. Councilmember Duffield, if you can. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. So having pulled item 7 from the consent calendar by Councilman Brenner, would you like a staff report on this item?
You know, I don't think so. I just wanted to make a couple of comments about it for the public, because my biggest concern is that we had a very extensive public outreach process for RENA, and we didn't get a lot of people that attended those meetings or had opinions or gave us direction on how they wanted us to proceed. And this is a multi-million-dollar project, and I'm concerned that we're giving this consultant the contractual agreement where they're supposed to get community input, but I think we need to somehow be involved with stressing to the community that they need to get to those meetings, because this is a lot of money that we're going to spend for the City of Newport Beach. And if they don't go there and tell us how, what, or when, then they want us to do it, then we're going to go forward blindly thinking that, you know, that we're doing what the community, and it's not a bottom-up project. It's a project that we looked at and said, this looks like something that we're going to need to be doing in the future, and part of it is sort of instigated by the community with all the complaints about the boardwalk, but not all of it is. And so I don't want us to be put in the position of moving forward and spending $50 million and not having good input from the community. So I just wanted to say that I don't think we can just turn it over to the consultant and expect that they're going to get all the community feedback that we need to receive on this project.
Excellent point. Mayor Pro Tem Blum.
And that was a great point by Joy. And I think really this kind of comes down to the way we looked at the fire station and kind of coming around and bringing the community in, as Councilmember Dixon did, to kind of get the overall aesthetic done while we work with Public Works, and they kind of work with the contractors to see what the generalized scope is. And I think this is the first step in a large project as we kind of look at the areas of the city that need rehabilitation. And I think that's really what we're looking at. There are certain areas that we all know that are maybe not the areas we want to bring friends and family that are visiting from out of town. And we want to see those get new life breathed back into them. And Newport Pier is, I think, first and foremost on a lot of our lists. You know, none of us are proud to go through McFadden Square right now and kind of see what's happened to it. And so, you know, I really, I commend Public Works and the city manager's office for taking this on, because this is not a small project, as Councilmember Brenner said. It's huge. And to look at our pier structure, to look at McFadden, to look at the way the boardwalks work, to look at how the community itself engages down there is going to be a large project. And I think this is just truly the tip of the iceberg to kind of start getting people involved, come up with some conceptual ideas, and from those conceptual ideas, we feed them back to the public and kind of find out where we want to go with that. And so I think a great point by Councilmember Brenner, but I think this is kind of the best starting point. And as many people up here know, I don't like to spend money on things, but I think that this is for the greater longevity and the infrastructure of this city that will only benefit our grandchildren. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Dixon.
Just to echo and follow up on those excellent words, this item that's on tonight's agenda is just to do the conceptualization, and we will have many opportunities for public discussions with the public as this item comes forward in more concrete terms. Right now it's very abstract and we're taking in ideas. But your point is well taken, and this is open to the community, and we've heard a lot from the community, just as Mr. Blum has said, that we need to do something about McFadden Square. It's been over 30 years since that area has been invested in. And so this is a multi-year master plan type project. It's not going to happen in the next budget year by any means. This is just a preliminary conceptual study to give us something to basically react to in terms of ideas, visioning ideas for this area. So it is an exciting opportunity. We definitely need the community involved and the stakeholders involved, businesses, restaurants, retail, residents, visitors, and it will be an all-inclusive process as we go forward. So it'll be exciting for the city. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. No other requests to speak up here. Anyone want to speak on this item? No, it's not. Okay, we'll bring it back to the dais. Do a motion for the item?
I'll make a motion to support staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. And next, item 10, I have a conflict due to potential business interest in telecommunications sector because the construction involves some sort of communication backbone. Excuse me.
I don't really need a staff report. I wanted to mention what I was talking to Grace about when she said all the bids came in too high for the Superior Bicycle Bridge. And I was just in Chicago this past weekend, and I was mentioning to her that there's a huge bridge in Millennial Park, and it's the Blue Cross Bridge. And I thought, since that's the part of our city that is so focused on health and wellness, that perhaps this would be another opportunity to do something with a partner. I don't know if it's Blue Cross or it's Hoag or it's, all of the healthcare people that we have involved in Newport Beach, but it just seemed like, and that is sort of an entrance to the city on that end of town. So this is a beautiful bridge in Millennial Park in Chicago. So if we got a partner that wanted to work with us on this, perhaps it could be, something that even the Arts Commission could be involved in. So I just think that there's some opportunities now that we're bringing this back to look at some additional opportunities instead of just a utilitarian bridge there.
Who doesn't like a corporate sponsor? Thank you. Councilmember Dixon, did you have? Correct. Do we have any public comments on this item? Seeing none?
I'll move approval.
Do we have a second? I'll second. Seconded by Councilmember Dixon. Let's vote.
With Mayor Muldoon recusing himself, the motion carries 6-0.
Now it's time for public comments on non-agenda items. Please come forward.
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. I wanted to observe that we have another municipal election coming up in November. At that election, the people of Newport Beach will be asked to select 4 council members. And as of today, in 3 of those races, there's only one candidate who has expressed a wish to run. I don't know about you. I always find it very sad, disappointing, kind of un-American, maybe even undemocratic to get a ballot where there's just a single name that you can choose. And so the purpose of my comment is to encourage people of Newport Beach to consider running for the council so that when we get our ballots for the November election, in each of the race, there will be at least 2 choices so that people can have an alternative. I have nothing against any of the candidates who have announced so far, but I don't think that there's anybody so uniquely qualified to represent the other people in Newport Beach that they should be able to kind of self-select themselves to be on the council. So I would encourage other people to consider doing that. And I understand the clerk will be starting to accept nominations on July 18th. So that gives people a little time to think about it. I personally would be very disappointed to see a ballot with a single name. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, we have military equipment being used by the Newport Beach Police. On the list, we have a tank, we have 8 submachine guns, we have a robot that is designed to blow itself up, and then we have an unmanned pilot, a drone. Now, President Biden just signed into law a new gun initiative. I was wondering if the Newport Beach Council has considered that in the Newport Beach Police military proposal.
So there's an opportunity for you to make comments, not to ask questions. So if you want to continue your comments.
So just to continue my comments, I am interested in the military equipment that the Newport Beach Police use, and I am looking forward to any meetings that we may have discussing the use of a .50 caliber weapon in a local urban area. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Adam Bednar. I've lived in Newport Beach for 7 years. Prior to that, my wife and children, we lived in Costa Mesa. We decided to move to Newport Beach after a halfway house was moved in next door to us. We live on the 23rd block of Fairhill Drive. It's a beautiful cul-de-sac, 13 homes, 15 children that are the age of 11 and under. It's been a beautiful place to live except for the last 90 days. It's experienced a lot of crime. The crime that we've experienced has been SUV's been broken into. My truck was stolen from in front of my house. We've seen just a huge amount of trash strewn about the sidewalk. My neighbor witnessed a drug deal in the middle of the day. And the neighbor across my street woke up, opened his garage, and found a man standing in his garage in the middle of the night, unwelcomed. That man's name is John. John lives in an RV that's parked in our cul-de-sac. I'm all for homeless people, people who are down on their luck, trying to get back on their feet. But John is not someone trying to get back on his feet. John displays someone who is a heavy and habitual drug user. John has lived on our cul-de-sac, and now he has friends living with him on our cul-de-sac. They too exhibit signs of people who habitually use drugs and alcohol. It's not a safe street anymore. I've had to train my children how to react in situations where someone from that area moves towards them. I never thought I'd see that in Newport Beach. And so in working with the police and working with city council, we want to find a way to help those people who are really out on their, down and out on their luck, but also keep the people and the citizens in Newport Beach safe. So I'm just asking that we work together and try to find solutions to help those who need help and those who are looking to do harm in public and cause harm to the public safety of everyone, that we're able to look at that and come up with common sense rules and regulations. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next speaker. If you plan to speak, feel free to come up to the other podium.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much for serving our beautiful city and taking the time to listen to my concerns today. And Mr. Mayor, congratulations on Taylor Ann. She's beautiful. My name's Kim Storm, and I live on Fairhill Drive with my husband, Taylor, and our 3-year-old daughter and our 1-year-old son. Taylor and I weren't parents when we moved to Fairhill. We were still well-rested, frequent patrons of our favorite Newport Beach restaurants, annual participants in the OC Half Marathon, and involved in city rec leagues like softball and beach volleyball. We dreamed about starting our family and raising our children in a place that was safe and just fostered community and clean. And for the most part, moving to Fairhill has been just that. I love our home, and I'm so happy raising our 2 kids alongside many wonderful neighbors who you're going to hear from. We have 15 kids on our street under the age of 11. However, living in community has its challenge, and my neighbor 2 houses down the street lives with her middle-aged son, John. 2.5 years ago, at the beginning of 2020, John started living outside his parents' home in a salvaged, decades-old RV. Prior to this, their sidewalk, and part of their street was frequently home to various oddities like rusty one-wheeled bicycles, broken television sets, and even a salvaged sailboat for a brief period of time. Everyone on Fairhill knows to tread lightly in front of this house because nails and screws are frequently underfoot. So when the RV took up residence on our street, it wasn't too surprising or too out of character. However, it certainly was an eyesore and loud and spilled oil on the street where the kids play. When that RV caught fire, I was really thankful for the responsiveness of the Newport Beach Fire Department and that no one was injured in that fire. Not too long afterward, however, John set up residence in a second, even larger, even more dilapidated RV in front of his mother's home. And I'm describing the condition of the motorhome simply to paint a picture for you. It's really ugly, but that's not my main concern. I'm home with the kids most days, John has visitors to his RV. One woman pushing her bicycle down the street was mumbling incoherently and started approaching me and the kids in our front yard. I swiftly moved the kids inside, and I've made it a habit to do so when patrons of the RV come down our street. Others come on foot, some on bicycle, and others in cars. Many seem to be experiencing homelessness and suffering from mental illness. I don't feel safe when I'm at home alone with my kids anymore. And over the past few months, like Adam mentioned, we've also experienced a precipitous increase in crime on our street. Packages stolen off doorsteps, my husband's bike was stolen, a neighbor's car was broken into, Adam's car was stolen, and last week, a man and a woman visiting the RV were arrested for drug use on our street. I'm here today because I'm hopeful that action might be taken to restore safety to our once lovely street. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Storm.
All right, same chord. My name's Taylor Storm. I grew up in Newport Beach. I've lived here for over 25 years, and I always dreamed of raising my kids here because it's one of the best cities in the world because of the safety. I had a wonderful childhood because I was safe, because I felt loved, because I knew I could play outside of my cul-de-sac no matter what. And that's why we moved to a cul-de-sac, so I could relive the childhood with my kids. And because of John and because of what our street is turning into, it simply isn't safe. I've walked by the RV and I had to avoid stepping on a 6-inch bladed knife. Really dangerous. I have a 2-year-old, I have a 1-year-old. They used to walk up and down the street. They can't anymore. I've had over 4 people approach our fence. We play in our front yard and they're mumbling and yelling, and I've asked 4 or 5 people very nicely to move along, and it was not responded well. And I didn't want to take any action into my own hands, and I just ask you guys that this is on your radar because this is not indicative of the city of Newport Beach. We do not feel safe. I don't feel safe. We see it every day, people walking up and down the street, and it is really a shame that the kids don't want to play outside anymore, that we don't want our kids to play outside anymore, and that we don't feel safe as parents. And it is something that we are bonding and we are dedicated to make it better, what we can do, how we can serve the community, what we can bring to light, not just damning these people, but helping them. And it is something that is near and dear to our hearts now, because one of the greatest parts about Newport Beach is the community and the respect and the love the kids get to grow up in, but they are being limited of that because of the safety measure. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And if you plan to speak on this item, please come forward now.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Barkley. My husband, Matt Barkley, was born and raised in Newport Beach, and I was so excited when we got to buy a house here in 2019 on the same street as my lovely neighbors who are joining. I'm just here to echo the comments that were said that I have 3 kids, 7 and under, and we bought this home in Newport Beach because of being in Newport Beach and also on a cul-de-sac. And ever since John and his friends have occupied this cul-de-sac, it's very unsafe and kind of scary to be there. And a rule is to not go too close to the RV and stay near our home, which is really sad to say in Newport Beach. So I just wanted to say that today. I'm thankful for my amazing neighbors. And we're all about community. We wanted to love on John, but with the recent arrest, I haven't called the police on his RV because of noise or how he's been living, but recently witnessing the arrest of his friends and seeing that, I felt unsafe. So I just wanted to say that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Tom Hunter, 2310 Fair Hill Drive with my neighbors. I unfortunately have the pleasure to live directly across the street from the wonderful eyesore of the 1980s RV Winnebago. I'll keep it quick. We've called the police hundreds of times, parking, zoning. During COVID, it was a kind of we can't do anything to remove them. It's COVID. People are down on their luck. Okay. He's parked in front of his parents' house, plugged into his parents' house, uses his parents' bathroom, shower, pool, has lots of people over. Rather than just complaining, we want to know how to do something about it. I set the comp for our street February of 2020, right when COVID hit, and I could not move now, I think, if I wanted to, or sell my home because there's a permanent dilapidated RV living across the street that would have to be disclosed in any real estate transaction. So we just are looking for some help, guidance on what to do legally and responsibly where now there's drug deals happening on our street with people arrested, and they're still not doing anything about the person that it all revolves around and is centered around. And we just get, hey, try going to a city council meeting. Hey, call zoning because there's a 40-foot oil slick down the street and the pavement's falling apart. Hey, try talking to his parents. They're 80 years old and scared of their son. So we're just looking for some help and guidance because we want to live in the beautiful city of Newport Beach for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Mayor, Council, Dennis Bress, Balboa Island. Just wanted to bring to attention at this point that if someone's not signed up for Grace's email that goes out weekly, you should sign up because it's a wonderful, informative thing that we've been working on for a couple of years now to finally get it into the constant contact format. Which is wonderful. It's got a whole bunch of pictures and links, and it's just wonderfully informative. It's basically a template like City of Costa Mesa does. One of the things that I think we need to add in there is that we recently received from Washington, D.C., the second tranche of our American Rescue funds, which was a total of $10 million. So we got $5 million last year, and I believe in May we just got the second $5 million. So that's a total of 10, and the city did confirm that those funds are being used for 2 purposes, which are wonderful for District 1, which is the Junior Lifeguards new building, and also here for the expansion of the auditorium here for our library. So those funds are very well welcomed, and it would be great to publicly announce that in your newsletter, so that the public knows that we received the $10 million from DC and then what that money is being used for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Yes, and if you intend to speak on this item, please come forward now.
Hi, my name's Rudy Sverchek, and I am seeking a Harbor Commission seat. I have attended...
there'll be an opportunity to speak on that agenda item. This is for non-agenda items.
I'm sorry?
That's okay, Rudy. Any other requests to speak on non-agenda items? Okay, seeing none, do you have a request to speak, Councilwoman Brenner? You're in the queue.
I do. I just, I wanted to ask, well, first of all, the last speaker from Fairhill cul-de-sac, I wanted to ask before he spoke if they have contacted the police. And I really would like to know whether Be Well has been involved in this, and what kind of response they're getting from the police department. Is it possible to ask Tara to speak with them and find out what they have done and what resources we have available that maybe they have not utilized?
Yes, and we had gotten an email request on this as well, so we're currently having code enforcement and police, and we'll certainly loop in on the Be Well side as well, given the additional information we're getting tonight, to see how we can address this.
So will Natalie be in contact with them, or how will we continue to interact with these people that are having these problems?
Yeah, we'll find a point of contact that would make sense, because I don't want them to be having to run around the entire city on this. I think likely it'll be from our police department at this point, given some of the things that sound like they're more illegal in nature too, that we want to address right away too with this. So perhaps I can have our deputy chief touch in with them and make sure to provide contact. That would be great. And then we'll move forward from there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I've also advised people to file civil restraining orders, which you can get if the police don't think that it meets the burden. And the non-enforcement during COVID was because of state threats. It wasn't because the police didn't want to. We had real obstacles during COVID. Okay, moving on to the public hearing, item number 18. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Muldoon, and City Council Member Simone Georges, your Community Development Director, and with me is Principal Planner Rosalind Ung. Mr. Mayor, we do have a very brief PowerPoint presentation that Ms. Ung can go ahead and present, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is the development agreement extension for the tennis club at Newport Beach. The subject property is located on the north side of East Coast Highway, surrounded by Fashion Island, Grandview Residential Development, and the Newport Beach Country Club Golf Course. The original development agreement was approved in 2012 to allow the replacement of the existing clubhouse, the addition of that small 27-unit boutique hotel, and 5 single-family homes. The term of the development agreement is 10 years, and it's due to expire in September 23rd of this year. This is a site plan depicting the 2012 approval that yet to be developed. As you can see, there's 3 main components of the project: the residence, which called the villas, the hotel, and the tennis club with the courts. The Planning Commission considered the item and recommending approval of 1-year extension while allowing staff to consider the amendment to the approved project. The project amendment application will be considered and presented to the Planning Commission and before you in the future for consideration. With that, I'm available to answer your questions, and the applicant is here, Mr. Robert O'Hill from Gulf Realty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I had one quick question. Why are we being asked by staff to look at the development agreement extension when the development's going to be slightly altered?
The development agreement as of right now that we consider that is the original approval in 2012. The amendment to the project triggers the reconsideration of the development agreement. So that's why we're asking for a short extension so we can consider the amendment to the project, also an amendment to development agreement.
Okay. So a vote tonight. Go ahead, Simone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. So this existing development agreement is going to expire in September 2022. So if we do nothing, it expires out. Mr. O'Hill has submitted an application to redo the project. We need time to process that application. And so it's really a safety net to extend that application, this existing agreement, 1 year until we finish processing Mr. O'Hill's application and renegotiate that development agreement. So this is just a bridge for us.
So we would not be voting to approve the original submission.
Correct.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Mr. Georges, just to clarify, the proposed amendment to the original 2012 development agreement, we have not seen. Have you seen the proposed plan? Have any of us seen the proposed plan?
Ms. Ung is working on it as a project planner, so it hasn't been shared as a public item yet at the Planning Commission. So we're still going through that CEQA analysis because the project has changed, so that's what we're working on.
So a month or two ago, when there were many people here related to the pickleball issue, is this related to that?
It is related. It's the same site. That's when the council gave us direction to honor Mr. O'Hill's request to remove some of those units because it was in the housing element. So now we've kind of shrunk down that housing opportunity on this site because he prefers his future project and this project. So we've reduced the housing opportunities out of our housing element and found alternate locations, and that's what the council supported at the time.
So that's a done deal. So this is not related to housing anymore?
Correct.
Okay, so we're just getting additional 12 months time and then we'll see at a future date up here or at the Planning Commission as well as up here, we'll see the revised plan?
That's correct. It'll go to the Planning Commission and to the City Council for the revised project plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman O'Neill.
Yeah, so before we go to public comment, it's probably worth my explaining my thought process on this. I, as a default matter, think that the extensions of development agreements are a bad idea, and so my default is to say no. All things being equal, without a green light initiative in our charter, I don't think it matters that much. But when you have a green light charter initiative in the charter, what it does is it takes units away from the statistical area as long as the development agreement is in place. And we've gone through this exact same discussion with Hogue. Hogue is great. I love Hogue. But we still, when Hogue came and asked for an extension, the consideration was that it was really valuable to Hogue to have that extension because it takes the units out of and units and also square footage issues under green light out of that statistical area. And it doesn't allow property owners in the surrounding statistical area to come in and make proposals to us. So when we have development agreements on a 10-year horizon or even a 5-year horizon or whatever horizon it is, there is an expectation that they'll do something within that time or they won't. But if they don't, then we need to be, bringing back around to allowing the creative marketplace to try to figure out what they want to do. And so when you extend out, especially on a 10-year deal, if you extend beyond that 10 years when nothing has happened in those 10 years, you are effectively taking away from the ability for property owners in the statistical area to come to us with a project that would otherwise meet it. Or if it doesn't, then to have to go to a green light vote. And so that's my default. Tends to be no on these extensions. So that's number one. Number two, I think we should also be taking a look at what the original, you have to kind of take a refresh and look at what the approved project was in the first place and try to determine, does it make sense within the marketplace where it currently is? And I think when we're looking at this in 2012, it probably made sense to go out and prioritize this area for a visitor services boutique hotel. We don't live in that area. We don't live in that universe anymore. When we're talking about RENA, when we're talking about a priority of housing, I mean, we just saw in this almost the exact same area the prioritization of moving away from hotel toward housing. And so I worry about the idea that we would be extending something that I would be surprised, frankly, if the majority of council would have approved in our current environment, extending this out and actually moving forward on an extension of a development agreement that has already been 10 years on without any shovel being ready, and number two, prioritizing hotels over housing in an area where we know we need to put more housing. So I'm throwing that out there because I want to at least explain my thought process before we get to public comment so I can understand this. I know we've had a lot of folks talk about pickleballs, the pickleball issue. I understand that completely. I will just say if for some reason this did not pass, it does not save the courts. And so I don't want folks thinking that what we're doing right now is eventually going to put it in a situation where the owners don't move some direction where they reduce courts in some way, somehow. But what I am saying is, as a matter of course, and we've said this before, and we've got into discussions up here with one of the most beloved institutions in our city being Hogue, our default was no, but we went, we were able to negotiate it forward with them. But the reason the default is no is because of the discussions about general plan and statistical areas. So right now, that's my thought process, and I wanted to at least kind of provide the nuance there, because I know that it's not exactly the most straightforward of issues when we're talking about extensions of development agreements and statistical areas and green light and general zone or general planning, but it's complicated. So I wanted to at least kind of throw my thought process out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we go to the public, I'm happy to let applicants speak first, if you like.
Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Robert O'Hill, the managing owner of the applicant. There may be a little bit of confusion, and I want to try and clear it up. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. This project was approved by a vote of the citizens of Newport Beach. We've been through the Coastal Commission. We have a coastal permit, planned community development that got a new, larger golf clubhouse. And this project started out, ironically, as residential 30 years ago. But the California Coastal Commission and the City of Newport Beach said, no, we would rather have a visitor serving use. So we've been working on this visitor serving use for 30 years. And we have the support of the tennis members, the golf members, the Irvine Terrace, Granville, basically all of our neighbors. And we spent a lot of time listening to everybody. We saved the tennis club. Originally was 7 tennis courts, now 8 tennis courts with the amendment that you're going to see in a few months. So we're adding back 1 extra tennis court. But most importantly is the new tennis clubhouse with a fitness center. So the tennis members get a fitness center. They get a new center court, a new locker room, which is very important to them. You wouldn't want to change your shoes in the locker room that exists there. And the visitor serving use is very compatible with the golf club. It is all 1 story facing the golf club. That was done by maybe 50 meetings with the various golf members. We had various town hall meetings. There's been a lot of input into this project. So the tennis members get a new tennis clubhouse, a fitness center, a lap pool, a new center court. The City of Newport Beach gets $1.5 million a year of income from the visitor serving use, and as a landlord, we finally can generate more income than what exists there today. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, and I look forward to the amendment that'll be before you in a couple of months.
Thank you. Okay, like any public comments on this item, please come forward. And feel free, if you intend to speak on this item, to come up now and form lines if you like.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Sean Abdali, and I'm the operator owner of the Tennis and Pickleball Club. I'm very in tune with my members. I take pride being there 7 days a week, morning till evening. We have a very passionate membership, which you all experienced. And I'd like to let you know that, yes, it's always difficult to see change. In a perfect world, we would love to have, 200 courts. But in reality, being the operator, it's my responsibility to know what's needed and deliver to our members. And with 8 tennis courts, which on each tennis court you can put 4 pickleball courts, it is a great amount, more than anything, we need the new clubhouse because the club's been around for more than 50 years and things are falling apart. And we are paying a lot of money to keep it together. So we desperately need a new clubhouse, especially a locker room. And in regards to what's cohesive and what's good for today, as you know, I know Mr. O'Neill's made his hands on no of this, but I'd like to convince him otherwise, is we have a lot of events, we have a lot of tournaments, and we have a lot of people who come from out of town, and they need a place to stay. And these people, their demographic would love, and they've voiced it many times, they wish to have a place to stay on site where they can drive a golf cart or walk or bike to the courts. So this is very cohesive for our neighbors, and I know that our neighbor Newport Beach Country Club is in support of this as well. I've spoken to Eagle Ford. They've given us great support with this project. Most of my members, majority, are also supportive of this. So we are really hoping that you will approve this, and we are also begging Mr. O'Hill to please hurry up and do this development so we can have a newer club. Thank you very much, and again, sorry for my attire. I did not expect to be here today. We're hosting the second largest pickleball event in the world today in Newport Beach. So it's really a big day for our city. So I've been pretty much on the court since 4 in the morning until now, helping NBC, CBS Sports, ESPN2 to make sure they have all their requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If you plan to come speak on this item, there's another podium. You can please form a line. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon, honorable council members. My name is Ryan Farsai, and I have the pleasure of having my daughter practice tennis at the tennis club for the last few years under Sean and Kareem and his staff. And I wanted to recommend that you guys approve this amendment because it is a very, very pivotal factor to the city of Newport Beach. You know, there is a tennis club on East Bluff, but that one's way beat up. If you go over there, there's also the tennis club right by the Hyatt Newporter. But this club is really state of the art, and Sean has done an excellent job upgrading it over the last 2 years. I've noticed various upgrades to the property, but this would be very helpful for them since they are in need of some more courts. And I just wanted to thank Sean and his staff. So hopefully you guys will be approving the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. And again, if you plan to speak, please come up now. Yes.
Yes, Mayor Muldoon, Council, Dennis Brass, Balboa Island. So I wasn't planning on speaking on this one, but I did read it, and I just want to share a story in that after COVID, I got an announcement that my friend was having his 60th birthday at the pickleball courts. And I was like, wow, this is an opportunity to finally go play some pickleball. And if you guys haven't played pickleball, it's amazing. And then reading in Stu News this morning, so I was at that particular location for the 60th birthday, and I can't believe what they've built there. It's phenomenal. And the energy there and what you guys are doing is just amazing. So thank you so much for bringing pickleball to Newport Beach. And then Stu News this morning had a complete overview of the tournament you guys are having and the amount of money that's being generated and that people are competing for. It's just a wonderful asset to a particular location in our, as Noah would say, in all our villages within our beautiful city of Newport Beach. So I'm all for this particular project, and I hope you guys can do whatever's required to get us to the finish line on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. And any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilwoman Nixon.
Just a couple questions, maybe, Mr. Georges. Excuse me. Is there a public benefit? Is all of this facility open to the public, or is it membership only?
I believe that the tennis club is private and it's members only, and by
It is membership only.
But is it open to membership to the public?
No, it's not open to the public.
Well, anyone can.
Anybody could become a member.
Yes. So to become a member, you need to have 2 sponsors, and the 2 sponsors meaning 2 existing members in good standing. And if you have that, then you're considered.
I see. Okay. Is part of this development agreement established in 2012? Is there a public benefit provision?
Yes, there's a public benefit fee applicable to the residential units and the construction of the clubhouse.
Okay, and where ultimately those funds go?
Those are to the discretion of the city council, so typically we put them in our FFP accounts.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman O'Neill.
Yeah, real quick. So we're talking about a different project that's being submitted to us. I know it's amended, but it's a different project. So if this lapsed, would they still be able to submit the project? I mean, the development agreement is a different animal outside of a submission of a project. We'd be considering it either way. The only question in front of us is whether we should extend a development agreement development agreement that was negotiated 10 years ago, right?
If the development agreement lapsed, that's mean all the entitlements granted for the 2012 project will disappear. So the applicant would have to file a new application that's including the original project plus the changes that they wish to do. That staff is being considered at this time. So essentially you have no projects, that's all.
And just a reminder of the council, so 10 years ago, it was a conversion of tennis courts to hotel units?
Yes.
So that conversion was a discretionary discussion at the council level. So there was a conversion factor there, and that was memorialized through the development agreement.
So they'd have to come back and ask for the same thing.
Well, it's a new application, so we're processing a brand new application where they're going to continue. And I forgot what the subject of the project is now. What's the new project? The expansion of the hotel units.
Right. It's if I may. The amendment to the original project was essentially adding one tennis court, so there will be a total of 8. And there'll be additional 14 hotel units for a total of 41, and converting 3 of the 5 residential units into condos. So that is essentially the scope of the amended project.
That's not an insubstantial change. So when we're talking right now about, so Simone, when we're talking about if the original project's entitlements lapsed, it sounds to me like what you're saying is they're going to be going through the same process, but just in an amendment form anyway?
That's correct. It is a new discretionary hearing. It's a new environmental. But with this amendment, tonight's amendment, they preserve what they have in case they don't get what they want in the future, right? They preserve that for the next year. So if they lose that, sure, they can go ahead and file a new application, but they have 0 entitlements.
And it's the project that they haven't done anything on in 10 years.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Mayor Blum.
Thank you. I'm sitting here and I'm just remembering a month or so ago when you had filled the entire chamber telling us that we couldn't get rid of any tennis or pickleball courts and telling us how bad that would be. And now I feel like I'm looking at something saying you want to get rid of a good amount of your tennis courts so that you can build there. And maybe it's just my naivete, but so why the change of heart? Why have we, and that's okay, let me finish this. So for 10 years, we've had an entitlement to build. For 10 years, we haven't built, and I understand the process is long. Trust me, I do. I go through it continuously. But the staunch push against the other development that was going to reduce tennis courts to similar numbers. I actually just pulled those up. I think it was 1 less court at the end of that. I don't have the same room filled. And so it just begs me to ask, is this because you guys want this one and there was a difference in the ownership group of what they wanted and this is just politics going on? Why haven't we built this project yet? And if this is granted for another year, are we going to see you guys in another year asking for another extension on the development agreement? How close are we to building this? Are we blueprint ready? Are we shovel ready? I can't imagine that we're even that close, and I think a year is not going to be enough time to get us ready to start demoing and building. So I guess I'm confused with why a month ago you were here telling us not to touch the tennis court or to approve it for arena numbers in the future, and now you're here telling us you want development on the same site that you adamantly said don't develop. Am I crazy here? But I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Thank you. Would you like to speak, Mr. Rojo?
Should I respond to your question?
It's up to you.
Sure.
I'm going to move the item.
Pardon?
If you want to answer, you may.
Sure. So what we're talking about tonight was approved 10 years ago. All these people that were here because there was arena numbers put on the tennis property. And I have some new owners that I inherited that want to wipe out the entire tennis club and put mid-rise apartments over the entire tennis club. I think they were preserving one tennis court, and I think Jacob said no, it was two or something. I can't remember, several, something like that. So the tug of war has been, I'm trying to preserve the tennis club because with my former owners, we made that commitment to the tennis members and to the golf members. So the project that I got approved was a project that had the support of golf members, the PGA, Hoag Hospital, Granville, and the tennis club, even Line in the Sand and Spawn and Greenlight, the only project ever supported by Greenlight. So we have had, since I inherited some new members, my former members were very old and they had strokes and heart attacks and died. And so I inherited the son and son-in-law. And they have some different views. They do not understand why we're preserving 7 tennis courts or 8 tennis courts. It all should be used for a higher value. So these people that were here last time that filled this chamber were speaking in opposition to the idea of putting 4, 5, 6-story apartments from Ryan and Company in San Diego over the entire tennis property. So they support this project. And the reason that we have to come back for an amendment was because a judge ruled that even though my former owners were supportive of the villas, single-family homes, they did not know the terms of the sale. And therefore, if I come back with a project that is all leasehold, then my co-owners have to be reasonably objective. So that's what this is about. The tennis clubhouse and the fitness center have been through 3 plan checks for the architectural drawings. The site plans have been through 3 or 4 plan checks with the city. So they have to be brought up to building code, but we're now very close. And this is something that is good for the golf members, good for the tennis members, good for the city of Newport Beach, and good for all of the neighbors.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing component. And unless you're asked, we'll continue to talk up here in the dais. I'm going to make a motion to approve the item. Councilwoman Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. O'Hill, can I just ask you one question? So these plan check approvals that have been granted, would they apply to the amended plan?
Sorry.
Would the plan check approvals you just mentioned, would they apply to the future amended plan that you're going to be submitting?
I believe that we have to come back and have the development agreement amended. Is that correct? So almost all of the architectural drawings and site plan work has been done, but there's 17 more visitor serving units and 1 more tennis club. So yes, I think is the correct answer.
Oh, Mr. Churches, can you clarify that, please?
So some of the project plans can be used for the amendment. There are going to be some of those sheets that they need to add. It's a new site plan. There's 17 more hotel units, so you got to change the site plan. There's the 17 new units. Do they match the units that have already been approved on the plans. So there's going to be some of it, maybe I would say half of it you can salvage, the other half you have to kind of redraw.
All right, so the fact that in 10 years there has been development work, planning, and architectural work completed up until this point. There has been, so they haven't been sitting on the development agreement and taking no action on the potential development of the property.
That's correct. They have submitted a permit set project to the city for review, and we've reviewed it several times.
Okay, so they've come a long way, and if we were not to approve this development agreement, everything's off the table, entitlements are gone, and it's another multi-year process.
It would expire in September.
Yeah. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Councilman Benner.
I was going to second, so I will just delete my request.
Okay. Thank you. I'd just like to note that the people voted on this project. That talks pretty loudly to me, and the membership wants there to be some sort of club. It might not be the ideal club where there's 1 million tennis courts, as far as the eye can see. I think that's a reality of property in Newport Beach, but I think it's very commendable that you've gone to such great lengths to preserve the club and address the membership issues. And I'd rather some sort of use be incorporated. And I'd also like to add that I believe Coastal's looked at this, correct? And Coastal has agreed, and Coastal likes the visitor serving use, which are the bungalows that anyone could use, a public member can rent or stay in. So, yeah, I'd hate to see all that money and hard work and community input from an election to the individuals who are stakeholders in our community have it pulled out from under them because the process appears to be taking a while and it seems to be somewhat contentious. So that's why I made the motion, and there's a second. Let's vote.
Can I ask, because I've heard it a couple times, when did the voters do a site-specific general plan green light vote? I was completely unaware that there's ever been a site-specific green light vote.
No, sir.
So that didn't happen?
No, the 2012 project approval did not have a general plan amendment component to that. So there's no green light consideration for the 2012 approval. The amended project application will be presented to you in the next few months. We'll have a general plan amendment component. So that would require a green light assessment.
But there's no anticipated vote. There wasn't one in 2012. There's no anticipated vote coming up besides Planning Commission and City Council.
This project was not in front of voters to approve?
Correct.
No.
Okay.
But I must have not.
I understand. That's why I wanted to clarify, because I heard the applicant say that.
Yeah.
And I recognize that you would be talking specific to what the applicant was representing to us, and that's why I'm asking, because I didn't want to. I was totally unaware if there was. Mm-hmm. That was confusing to me. So I understand, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't asking to clarify you. I was trying to clarify what had been said, because that would have surprised me. So anyway, sorry. Thanks.
That's good. I appreciate your clarification. Okay. Any other requests to speak? Okay, let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for Ordinance 2022-16, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending the development agreement between the City of Newport Beach and Gulf Realty Fund. Councilmember Avery. With Councilmember O'Neill voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. On to the next item regarding 2022 Drinking Water Quality Report on Public Health Goals. Mr. Koyevich, great showing today at the fire station.
Thank you. Good evening. Mayor, members of City Council, Mark Vukoyevich, your Utilities Director. Briefly, this is a receive and file report where we discuss every 3 years items regarding our water quality and everything that we've done to measure and test the water system. Also, I'll note that we just sent out to every single water customer in the city our annual report, which has all the information, all the details of every single item that we've tested in our water system. We have I can go through a presentation if you'd like, but very, very briefly, it's a discussion about goals versus standards. And our water meets all state, local, and county health standards. And we are not recommending any additional measures. And I'm happy to answer any questions or give you more details if you would like. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any public comments on this item?
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. I have always thought our city water was very safe to drink. If anybody actually reads the report, though, it does mention various contaminants that are detected in the water, which I think is true of all water. It would be helpful probably to compare how our water compares to bottled water that people might buy at the market. Some people think it's safer, but I would question whether it actually has the same or higher levels of contaminants in it, and comparison would be useful, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Dennis Bress, Balboa Island. Mark, thank you very much for the presentation. Great Zoom, by the way, in, I think it was Good Morning Newport or CDM Newport. It's recorded Zoom, and I think it's on the city site. But Mark gave a concise overview of the current situation in regards to water here in the city of Newport Beach and the automated meters, which are going to give all of us the opportunity to really then, in real time, see how much water consumption that we have. And then, more importantly, I thought the key was to be able to really determine if there's a significant leak that's going on. You would be able to instantly know on these automatic forward-facing public interfaces to be able to see, oh my gosh, I got a problem here. I'm leaking some, large amounts of water. Something's wrong. And that ties into where we're at in regards to climate change. I'm sure you've all seen the social media posts and various news organizations showing what's going on in Lake Mead and Lake Powell right now. So we are in a very significant drought. And that said, we need to do everything we can, and I think the city of Newport Beach is on the right track, and we have forward planning with our investments in groundwater replenishment system. So not too sure many people in Newport know, and maybe it could go on your newsletter too, Grace, that we're very fortunate in Orange County that we have the underground aquifer so that all our water eventually goes to Huntington Beach, and then instead of getting treated to a certain level and sent out to the Pacific Ocean, now we direct all of that to the world's largest groundwater replenishment system, which basically turns that water into, at that point, drinkable water. But because of the yuck factor, we pump it up to Anaheim, and it sits in, whenever you go to the 91 into Anaheim Hills, you'll see in the channel right there, there's always water there. And it's because of all the water that's pumped from the groundwater replenishment system up there, and then it percolates down into the aquifer that we have, and then we pull from there. So wonderful presentation. Everybody should go on to the Newport Beach YouTube channel and search for your presentation. So great job, and I think we're on the right path right here. Just would make a public note and a request to all the citizens of Newport Beach: do the best you can to conserve water, because we're in dire straits right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And any other public comments? Just like to add that the steady hand of Mark Vukoyevich. I cheers you in recycled water. Symbolic toast.
If I could just add, we are going to be talking in item 23 about the drought and our current water situation. And just regarding bottled water, bottled water is regulated as a food through the FDA. So it's compared differently regarding our EPA, Environmental Protection Agency requirements for water. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. I'll make a motion to essentially receive and file or move this item.
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Next item, a fun one, Tustin Avenue Trial Street closure. Staff?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Just briefly, I believe we have a conflict on this item. Or no? Okay. We are returning after our discussion we had in April of this year, and Tony Bryan, our traffic engineers, here to give you a little update presentation as you asked us to go out and look at it a little bit more and talk to the community. So we've done that, and now we're turning back to you for your discussion.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, council members, Tony Bryan, your city traffic engineer. And as Dave mentioned, we're back again from the April study session to talk to you about the further conversations we've had with the community and the further review we've done. So again, this is a number of slides in this presentation are actually things that you've seen before in the April study session, so I'll go through them quickly. But the background, going back to August of last year when the direction from council was to start this trial review. April 12th was the study session where we discussed this project. And then we had a June 1st neighborhood meeting, very, very well attended. A lot of people there from a lot of the streets in the area to discuss the project at that time. This is the trial closure location again, the top of Tustin, near Cliff and Ocean View. This is what has been set up since November of last year. Temporary barricades in place to close to vehicular traffic, leaving some openings there for pedestrians and bicycles. These are photographs of Ocean View and Tustin Avenue, 28 feet wide each street. And so these are photographs you've seen before showing the existing conditions. When we did the before and after study for the trial closure, the highlighted orange streets are the streets that were included in the review, collecting traffic counts before and after the closure. In the locations with the red marks is the exact locations where the counters were set up. The counts, the information we presented this before as far as the increases and the decreases in counts. Tustin Avenue saw the large decrease, obviously, in traffic volumes, with the other streets in the surrounding area getting different levels of increase and diversion. So the trial closure and some of the observations, we saw the 67% reduction in the traffic documented on Tustin Avenue south of Cliff Drive, and that is consistent with what our expectation was. Drivers that were familiar with the area, they basically did avoid Tustin Avenue, but for those drivers that continued up Tustin and got to the closure location, they would divert to Ocean View. So we did see an increase of traffic on Ocean View. We also saw the increase in traffic on Avon Street, which is next to the businesses. We saw a 10% increase in daily traffic on Riverside Avenue north of Cliff Drive. So we're not looking at the 4-lane or 3-lane segment of Riverside. We're talking about the residential section north of Cliff. And then we saw that Riverside did become kind of an optional route up into Newport Heights. And we did not see a change to the traffic volumes on Tustin north of Cliff. The surrounding neighborhood streets, as I mentioned, they did receive different levels of traffic diversion, as I noted. The speed data that we've collected with this project and in the past indicates that the area streets do not have a real excessive history of speeds or accident. The measured speeds and the volumes on the different streets throughout Newport Heights, in fact, when we've done some larger extensive studies, we found that the speeds and the volumes on the different neighborhood streets would not fit the city council policy for traffic calming. What we call the livable daily traffic volume for a residential street, as long as the volumes are something in that range of 2,000 to 3,000 trips per day, it would fall into what we consider a livable volume. If you're getting up above 3,000, you're starting to get into a very busy residential street. And we did notice that the primary cut-through traffic and the primary volume, in fact, on that segment of Tustin is actually northbound, not so much southbound. So we did hold that neighborhood meeting. We held it actually in the actual intersection of Tustin and Ocean View. So we met out at the site, which was good because that led to having a lot of residents attend. They were just able to walk from their homes straight there. We were able to stand there and look at the location and talk about the project. And 70 to 80 residents for a meeting is a very high turnout, more than I expected. It was very good. We did see residents from all of the surrounding streets, Tustin, Ocean View, Riverside, some Cliff Drive residents as well. The Tustin residents talked about their safety concerns, which I know you've heard before when they've come before the council. Safety concerns, cut through traffic. They did bring up a little bit more of a discussion about what was referred to as front-loaded driveways, which is basically the driveway comes out onto the street versus having an alley access to their garage. The Ocean View residents noted that the additional traffic on their street, and they actually did through emails and through the discussion at the meeting talk about their support for opening the top of the street, the current closure, but they also wanted to show their interest at least in an option of closure at the bottom. And the Riverside residents, their concerns were the increased traffic volumes on their street, their concerns for speeds and the users on the street. So there are options that we came up with, and this is the follow-up to council's direction to go off, take a look at different options. One is the option is to maintain the closure as it is today, actually make it a permanent closure versus obviously the temporary barricades that you see. That would obviously significantly reduce the traffic on Tustin and redistribute to the streets as we found through our study. Another option is to open Tustin to vehicular traffic. That would reestablish the roadway to what it was prior to the trial closure, reestablish the circulation system that's existed for decades, and reestablish the traffic volumes and counts that were on those streets prior. One of the things we looked at was a one-way street operation on Tustin and on Ocean View as an option. This would reduce the traffic volumes on Tustin, but it would increase traffic volumes on Ocean View because those cars that would want to go northbound would be going up Ocean View, with the southbound being the only open direction for Tustin. So we restrict the northbound movement on Tustin. And that, again, is the primary movement on Tustin.
May I just interrupt you there for a second? You have a visual, perhaps, what that would look like as far as any curbs or permanent structure installments we could do to deter people from going the wrong way?
What we do now, if we're establishing a like a one-way street situation, it's primarily through signage. We're in fact doing a trial right now in Fernleaf in Corona del Mar. So it's what we set up is primarily signage, street markings, arrow markings on the street. That's how we establish the one-way.
But I've seen many cities where they make it incredibly difficult to physically maneuver if you're coming from the direction they know you're going to come from.
That is correct. In this particular location, the two streets come together at the bottom, Ocean View and Tustin, so it might be difficult to do some type of bulb out, is I think what you're talking about, and have the cars being able to exit southbound on Tustin while there's northbound traffic going to Ocean View. So it might be a little bit of a challenge
because
to do
merge.
something
Okay.
like that because they're joined together at that point.
Makes sense. Yep.
So what you would see with a one-way street is it would reduce the traffic volumes on Tustin. It would increase traffic volumes on Ocean View. And one of the concerns with one-way streets, and we're starting to get a few comments from the Fernleaf trial, is people going the wrong way on the street. And it would require regular enforcement. Doing some type of full closure or partial closure at the bottom, which is what we'd heard from, say, the Ocean View residents, that would have the same impacts as far as the diversion of traffic that would want to go up Tustin. They'd now be diverting around Avon up to Riverside, up, around and up into the Heights. It would be the same closing it at the bottom as it would be closing it at the top, which is what the trial is today. And also one of the negatives to trying a closure at the bottom is there actually is business parking right there. So if you did some type of closure at the bottom, you'd be impacting that business parking, which is adjacent. We did look at some types of parking restrictions. We talked about that at the neighborhood meeting with the residents. Talked about either doing full parking restrictions on one side of the street that would open up the ability for cars to travel and be able to pass each other. That's one of the concerns of Tustin residents, the width of the street, cars having difficulty passing. When we talked about any type of parking restrictions, we didn't get the support of Tustin residents for restricting parking, and that would be either through permanent, full-time restrictions or maybe even part-time restrictions. One of the things we talked about was constructing a sidewalk on one side of the street on Tustin, and that would be a place for the pedestrians and students walking to school and people walking their dogs, etc. We didn't get much support for sidewalks. And then we also talked about street lights up at the corner of Tustin and Ocean View, just as a means of increasing safety at night. There's no street lights out there currently. We didn't get much support for street lights. And so the things that we considered when we reviewed all the different options and all the information we have, we looked at obviously the traffic volumes on Tustin, 834 vehicles a day. Low traffic volumes, especially when you look at what we call the livable street volumes, but also much lower than the volumes we would see on other neighborhood streets throughout Newport Heights. The measured speeds on Tustin at 23 miles an hour, very low measured speeds, and that ties into the width of the street and the parking on both sides. Other streets throughout Newport Heights in the 25 to 29 range, and even those are good speeds for neighborhood streets. We talked about, again, that front-loaded driveway where there's access to the garage from the street versus an alley. There's other streets in the Heights that have front-loaded garages, Hawley, Margaret, near the high school. They have slightly higher speeds on those streets, and they have higher volumes with students going to the high school. Another example of a front-loaded street would be Cliff Drive next to Ensign. They have driveways immediately onto Cliff as well, no alley. 35 miles an hour on that segment of Cliff Drive, and they've got a much higher traffic volume of over 3,000. We considered the accident history on Tustin as well. All the information that I have for the accident records I received from the police department, and also researched the accident history as well online. 2 accidents in the last 10 years. One thing that has to be considered if you're looking at a permanent closure is this is a 24/7, 365 scenario. This is any activity on Tustin, some of the things that we've heard from people about exercise activity and runners on the street, etc. Those might be specific time periods where those activities are occurring, but if we're looking at doing a permanent closure to address things of that nature, this would be a permanent closure full-time. Parking on the street varies day to day, hour to hour. That's no different than other residential streets. I've been out there at times when it's fully parked. I've been out there at times when there's one car parked on the street. Just depends on the day, it depends on the time. And then many streets in Newport Heights have the same types of activities of pedestrians in the street, runners, students riding to school, et cetera, because the streets in Newport Heights don't have sidewalks. So we see that same type of activity on the streets in Newport Heights. And we've had those concerns from residents in the Heights for years. And so our recommendation after reviewing all the data, reviewing the conditions, our recommendation would be to remove the temporary barricades that are existing today and reopen the roadway to vehicular traffic. One of the main issues for me when I look at this is that it's a low volume street, low speed street, low accident history street, and having a permanent closure for that type of situation would establish a precedent. So where other streets and residents on those streets that say we have safety concerns on our street, we'd like to see a closure or a cul-de-sac placed but they have higher volumes and higher speeds and higher accidents, we would have a tough time pointing back and saying, well, we did this on Tustin and we have lower data than on that given street. So I'm concerned about the precedent that this might set. And then again, when we had all these conversations and all the emails I received and dozens of emails and the neighborhood meeting, there was really no consensus among the streets. They all had their individual concerns about this closure, and so we really could not find any type of consensus between the streets on the trial. So I'm available for questions.
Okay. Should we start up top, or should we let it go out to the public first? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Blum.
Thank you guys for this. And for all the people out there, we've gotten so many wonderful letters from all of you on both sides of this equation. And truly from both sides, almost equal. And as I think we talked about this last time, what really strikes me about this closure, and I actually drive that area a lot, is the closure at the top is really hard for me to fathom because it shuts off that neighborhood from the rest of the Heights. It's no longer part of the Heights. And so I think even when we spoke about this last time, I was a much larger proponent. If you're going to close something off, close off the bottom. Make the Heights an encompassing neighborhood, make Avon. We know traffic levels are going to increase. And I think, Tony and Dave have done a great job of saying, some of the limitations we have there and part of the issues. But it is a really hard thing for us to understand, even up here, to how do we create a single new neighborhood that's part of a larger neighborhood, especially when that neighborhood now no longer has access to the other neighborhood, when the Heights is no longer part of Tustin and Ocean. That's become its own piece. And then that begs to ask another question, that if this is really such a problem there, what is the process for forming your own gated HOA at that point and taking dues from the members on those streets and going through that long and tedious and otherwise horrible process and paying for the upkeep and taking those streets back, which I imagine would be god-awful. But I have... And I know it's all, from both sides of the coin, we've said this is about safety and people cutting through. But a lot of the residents on Tustin haven't been open to closing the top, even in the conversations that I've had with them. And that strikes me as something as well, because it almost means that it's not as accessible or easy as for you guys to get out of there. And really, I don't think many people cut off or cut through Cliff to get down to PCH. I think it's very much the other way, that they have no idea where they're going. They turn left because there's a stoplight on Tustin, and they go straight up, assuming that it connects. And so these do get really difficult. I grew up in East Bluff, and I remember when the students at CDM were all plowing through East Bluff nonstop, and it became a real issue, and someone actually died at the stoplight on Bison and Jamboree. And what we ended up doing was we didn't close off the street. We just made it only a left turn that was available out of there, and no left turn in. And I don't think we've had a problem since then. And so, I don't think any one of us up here wants to make this decision. I know Kevin was trying to buy a property right next to Tustin just so he could recuse himself on this. Because, we know all of you, and we don't find this to be something that it's really our job to judge what neighborhoods are private and what neighborhoods aren't, and what becomes a new cul-de-sac and what doesn't. And, and I do understand both sides of this, that we know there's going to be development along PCH. There's no denying that. They've been purchased. We're in a capitalist society here. We're going to develop that. Avon's going to get bigger. We have a structure. We have a parking lot down that way. And so, I'll go back to the initial thing I said. The only thing I'm willing to look at this point from my perspective is a temporary option at the bottom that basically opens up Tustin and Ocean to the rest of the Heights and makes it part of the neighborhood. I can't, in good conscience, say we close the top of a street and create a separate community that really has no connection other than walking to the rest of the Heights when it really is part of that district. If it truly is about safety and traffic, then don't let people come from the bottom up. I don't think people are going to be barreling down a one-way or even a cul-de-sac in the same way that they would. And I also don't think that coming off of Cliff onto Tustin is a very utilized road at all. I don't think many people automatically want to take a left into what seems like a neighborhood. And so on both sides of this, right, you know, clearly those that live on Tustin want this closed. I understand that. You know, I like closed streets too. Our kids can play more safely. There's no denying that. But it is really hard for us up here to say we can start closing this street and not. And, you know, I think for those on Tustin, you have to understand our perspective on this as well, that how many more requests are we going to start getting from neighbors on a single street that want it closed? That, you know, say, well, this grade is too high, this area is too well traveled. And so, you know, I am pretty sure the only thing I'd be willing to support on this is a temporary closure of the bottom to kind of see how that works, how it feeds back into the neighborhood, how it creates something, and really hear from the residents again. But, you know, so that's where I'll leave that.
Thank you. Any other requests at this moment? It seems like now's a good time to hear from the public, and then we'll have more comments, I'm sure. If you intend to speak on this item, please come forward, and we all would appreciate if you would create lines at opposing podiums so we can move more swiftly.
Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, my name is Dan Boyd. I've been a resident of Riverside Avenue for over 50 years. I first want to say thank you to staff. They've done an outstanding job in their research, their diligence, and I believe that their staff report to you speaks to the facts that this proposal should not be approved for full closure. We in Newport Heights are part of a larger community that includes Tustin and Ocean Avenue. We concur with you that we do not need to bifurcate our communities. We are one. This is not about he versus she versus they, them versus us. We are one community, and we need to treat any transfer of traffic from these streets to the impact of the other streets. What are we solving? We're moving one ball over to the next. Not good. I have been in Newport Heights for so long, I've seen Newport Heights become the sandwich between 17th Street and Pacific Coast Highway. Literally, 17th Street has enormous traffic counts, and now I call it Restaurant Row. You cannot believe what we're seeing coming out of those restaurants down through Newport Heights. More importantly are the kids. Let's think about what we have in Newport Heights. We have city kids, lifeguard kids, we've got beach traffic. More importantly, we have Newport Heights, we have Horace Ensign, and we have Newport Harbor High School. Basically 24/7 kids. Therefore, any redistribution of traffic needs to be considered. Full closure, at my understanding from staff, would require a CEQA analysis. I do not believe that the staff report is recommending full closure without CEQA. In closing, I do appreciate what you all have had to endure. I appreciate our community and their efforts. I think through this process, we've learned a couple things. Newport Heights and Cliff Haven have traditionally been precluded from public notices. We typically fall outside of the city's minimum public notice requirements. When it comes to issues like this, or it comes to issues what we're seeing on Coast Highway, I believe City Council should consider an exception to the minimum public notice requirement, that any items that could affect the entire community, we should be notified by the city. Secondly, I don't believe that anyone on Tustin and Ocean Avenues felt that buying their homes would not endure this type of situation. And I totally believe that if we open this to closure, how many other streets are we going to subject ourselves to? Again, thank you to the staff, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to speak to the issue.
Thank you. I'm on, right? Carrie Slayback. I live at 426 Riverside Avenue. First of all, gratitude. Thank you, council members, for calling me back. I thought you'd say, thank you very much for your opinion, Mrs. Goodbye. But that is not what happened. Each of you spoke to me. I could see that you were informed on the issue, and I really appreciate the time you gave me. Likewise, Tony Brine, who got back to me on everything, and also with his staff wrote the definitive staff report on the situation. With each citizen comment over all this time considered, answered with facts, numbers, and city policy. And I hope that you will hone to their recommendation to reopen Tustin. All that said, I don't like being here today. I've been uncomfortable the whole time going against neighbors 1 block away, some of whom I've known for decades. But I cannot ignore 1,400 more vehicle trips past my house every week. At the open air meeting, the major problem Tustin people talked about was danger. Yet, when one of my neighbors requested the police report, it came back 10 years worth of accidents, which surprised me. Tustin has had, in all 10 years, 17 accidents with 3, Tony said 2, anyway, a few on Tustin. Riverside Avenue has had 126 accidents. And as near as we could figure, 6 of them on my segment. It was hard to tell because of the way the addresses were listed. Concluding, we have 2 cut-throughs to get, as the other gentleman said, from Pacific Coast Highway to 17th. That's it. Doesn't make good circulation sense to funnel all that traffic through Riverside. Even before, well, as Tony said, before the closure, there were 834 vehicle trips on Tustin. We have more than twice that many before closure at 1,862. So we'll always have more traffic than Tustin. But let's not give us all of the traffic. Please attend to the report written by your staff and follow their direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm sorry I missed the first one.
Oh, it's you. Continue.
Okay. But I'm here now. Just a little personal history. When I was born in 1938, my grandparents, along with my father, were building a boatyard just at the end of Riverside Avenue and the Coast Highway. And I personally, from my own experience, from 1946 until currently, I've been traveling up and down Tustin Hill. At that time, we called it the All-American Market Hill. There was an All-American Market down at the very bottom of the Coast Highway. Later on, when I got a driver's license, I continued traveling all the time. I've probably, if I average all my trips to the whole time period, maybe 2 or 3 times a day, I'll go up or down the hill. I would seem to think that it's better just to leave it the way it was before you decided to do any change at all. I've never had an occurrence when I've been going up or down that people coming the other direction weren't courteous enough to pull off to the side, as well as I would be courteous enough to pull off to the side so we could just park all the time. As far as the gentleman said that he would not like to have it the closure at the top of the hill, but it would be better to have the closure at the bottom of the hill. I think that would be just as poor either way. One thing I had noticed reading a lot of comments that people had written in letter form or emails, a lot of people were concerned whether increase or decrease of speed on Riverside Avenue or on Cliff Avenue. I suggested about 25 years ago that the city would look into, I stopped at one of the person to talk to, about putting a stop sign on Tustin and Cliff Drive. A lot of concerns of these comments I had heard that people were concerned about the blind curve going around there like that. If a stop sign was there, it would slow the traffic down and it would also alleviate the concern over the blind curve. Only other thing I would like to see would be going on both Riverside between Cliff and Clay and Tustin between Cliff and Clay. If they would, because both of those would climb up a hill, so the opposing traffic could never really see the oncoming traffic until they were right at the crest of the hill. If they would just make a double line, so if people going both ways would know that they wouldn't go too far to one side or the other like that. I thank you for your time.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Muldoon. My name is Robert Clark. I live at 215 Tustin Avenue. And in 1972, my wife Carolyn and I, pardon me, in 1972, my wife Carolyn and I purchased our first property in Newport Beach. This was at 508 Redlands in Newport Heights, and almost in the middle of Newport Heights. The price was $31,500, and we were sure we were going to go broke. In 1976, we purchased the property where we are today, and that means we've lived in the Heights for 50 years. We love the community, and we love our neighbors. In that time, we have many friends that still live in our community, and we are not insensitive to our neighbors. The request before you today was not an arbitrary request, nor was it self-serving. This was a culmination over time of numerous parked vehicles experiencing aggravating damage, and there have been several fairly serious incidents that have occurred on our section of Tustin. A member of our community, actually there have been several letters, but has written in so many words, "You bought with your eyes open." And we do not disagree with that, but we would ask that individual if they had experienced a serious accident in front of their property, directly in front of their property, if they had experienced a jogger being hit and hurt, but fortunately not seriously injured in a hit and run on their street just recently, if they had experienced a once relatively quiet street turn into a thoroughfare with people who could care less about safety issues. They just want to get there quickly. And I must also ask if they had a friend in what could have been a very serious accident at the top of Cliff and Tustin. We certainly didn't anticipate these things. Had we known what was to come, it's likely we might have made a different choice. So, I have prepared a short PowerPoint, and with Madam Clerk's, thank you very much. What you have there is a map that you saw earlier, somewhat earlier, showing kind of the relative position of things. And one of the major problems is at the top of Tustin, where you turn at Cliff, at the top of Tustin, and you want to proceed up Tustin on the other side, you have a dog leg. And that dog leg presents a problem because, as the gentleman before me mentioned, there is a blind corner there. And when we first considered this closure, we asked what would be the easiest and the most positive. And that closure eliminated a dangerous situation, a hazardous situation. So next, this shows Tustin this is a comparative photograph. May I have?
How much longer do you think you need?
2 minutes.
Can you make it 1?
I'll do my best. Thank you. This photograph was taken the same time as the next photograph, and it shows Tustin Avenue, and it also shows Riverside Avenue at the same time, same day, and shows the width of the street and shows effectively the parking and the activity on the street. The next is looking down Riverside Avenue towards the ocean, showing again 38-foot width. Pass on this one, please. Go to next. This is a shot of the alley that is very typical in Newport Heights, which allows the residents access to their garages, a backload, so to speak. Just another shot. And then this typical day on our hill. Next. The hill is used, as you all know, for a variety of reasons. We get walkers, we get joggers, we get runners, etc. Next. Shows you coming up at the bottom. Next. Again, we're sharing the road with automobiles and walkers. And I'll go with the final two. Next, one more. This is an accident that occurred effectively in front of our property. And it shows you that some of the things that have occurred. Next. Second car that was involved. Next. This was an accident at the top by Mr. Kirk Dawson, who was a longtime Newport Beach resident. He came up Tustin to go across up to 17th Street. He said, I usually use this as I'm very cautious at this intersection. Said I looked both ways, I went out, and bam, I got slammed. So that's the dangerous intersection at the top of Tustin and Cliff. One more. Thank you. This is a lady, family that lives across from on Cliff and lives on the other side of Cliff, and their experience of observing what has occurred at that intersection. Next. There should be one, and that's it for us. Thank you. Thank you very much. We, like the other people that have talked, appreciate the time.
Next speaker.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I know there's a lot of speakers. My name is Dale Falasco. I live at 243 Ocean View, and like most of the speakers, I've lived there many years. I think we recognize this decision for the council isn't easy, but I think you need to look at the facts in terms of the traffic data. And my understanding from reading the report is that the data shows that there really is not a need to do anything. It's a low traffic, low volume in terms of speed. Fortunately, a very safe street, as it turns out. Not that there hasn't been a few isolated accidents, but it's actually very, very low. And any other decision really, as Mr. Bloom said, greatly impacts the community. To close Upper Tustin cuts us off from Newport Heights, 17th Street. To close the lower, you'd have to figure out how to have a proper turning radius for emergency vehicles, for moving vans, for delivery trucks. It would be very difficult to do. And I think, again, the data doesn't support doing anything. The 800 and some cars per day compared to the 2,000 to 3,000, you're talking 25 to 30% of what is considered the threshold of a livable street. So if that's the standard, you're going to have a lot of streets like this that you're going to have to make similar decisions to. And the same with traffic. I believe the speed average is 23 miles per hour, which is lower than most speeds. So yes, a few people may speed, but there's always going to be those outliers. But same with safety. There hasn't been accidents of a significant nature in terms of pedestrians. If that's a real concern, then the answer would be to move the pedestrians off the street, not move the cars off the street. So I think we have to be realistic about what we're trying to do and make decisions based on the traffic data, which shows right now that it doesn't rise to the level of needing to do anything either at Tustin, the Upper Tustin, or Tustin, Lower Tustin, Ocean View. If something changes in the future, we can relook at it. If the development of Coast Highway triples the traffic, and now you've got 2,000 or 3,000 cars a day, then maybe we need to look at doing something. But right now, we're better than most streets. So let's be thankful. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, council and staff. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. My name is Lynn Lorenz, and I live on Redlands, running parallel to Riverside Drive. And I've been very concerned about this issue and have written about it. And I attended the meeting that was very informational that Mr. Bryan gave. Call you Tony or Mr. Bryan? Mr. Tony Bryan provided us with some very useful information. Particularly the map. I don't think it was the map that you saw this evening, but he had a map, and I used that map, and I was interested in the statistics, and I noticed the areas that would be affected by the closure of Tustin, and in addition to that, I notated the number of cars that would make up the increase. In addition to that, I acquired through the Public Information Act the statistics from the last 10 years of accidents in the Heights area. And that was provided by the police department. It was amazing. I asked for it, and it came very quickly and very well organized. I looked at the areas that are most affected by this Tustin closure. And so the area that was closed off from the rest of the Heights, Lower Tustin and Ocean View, saw a total of only 5 accidents over the 10-year period. With the closure of Tustin, the number of cars on Lower Tustin went from 834 to 276 daily. Ocean View went from 169 to 255. In contrast, Cliff Drive saw the largest traffic increase, and I'm surprised that people, we haven't heard many complaints about that, but they saw the largest traffic increase with Tustin closed. It experienced an increase of 323 cars daily. I used the 24 through the 2600 blocks as examples because that seemed to me the area that was most affected, as shown on the map by Mr. Bryan. The area also had the largest number of accidents between 2012 and 2022, 19 accidents in that area over the 10-year period. The next area which bears the brunt of the traffic from the Tustin closure is Riverside Drive, which has an increase of 1,200 cars weekly. That's considerable. They experienced 6 accidents during the 10-year period preceding. That's the 400 to 500 block only. However, if you look at all of Riverside from Pacific Coast Highway to 15th Street, which will be the single thoroughfare through the Heights once, if Tustin were to remain closed, it is not too unrealistic to look at what will happen in the future. Drivers will know that Tustin is closed to through traffic and will get used to the idea of taking Riverside exclusively. Imagine the accident count then. In the last 10 years on Riverside Drive, the entire drive, there were 126 accidents. Riverside becomes the poor stepchild of the Newport Heights. Upper Tustin has an increase of 4 cars daily, which doesn't seem like much until you look at the statistics. Upper Tustin, we haven't mentioned tonight, it's one of the most beleaguered streets in the Heights. It sees a total of 2,513 cars daily. To me, that's mind-boggling. They had a relatively high accident rate as well, 14 cars. Upper Tustin, Cliff Drive, and Riverside have big traffic problems, even without the closure of Lower Tustin. We should be solving their traffic problems too, instead of focusing on one small area.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Paula Castanon. I live on 255 Ocean View. I'll be very short. We had 100%, I don't live on Tustin, but we had 100% of the people who support the closure of the street. I've heard a lot here about traffic and about cars, but I think we're forgetting about the people. Our street is not like every other street in the Heights. We have a unique hill. You can run around, you can go on the less steep slope, or if you're tough, you can go up the high Tustin, and you can come around, and you can go around and around. And most of the people who use our street, the Tustin Hill, as we like to call it, they don't live on our hill. I know because I've lived there for 40 years, and I know who lives there. And when I'm out in front of my house gardening, I go, "Hi, good work, keep it up." They smile, and then they huff and puff and continue. So instead of just thinking about the cars, think about that Tustin Hill. Has anyone thought to ask the pedestrians, the strollers, the bicycle riders about how the safety has improved when they go around that hill? No. All we've talked about is the cars. Cars dominate and they take precedence over everything. And I know we talk about precedence and we don't want precedence. If you go to any planned community, most of the side streets are cul-de-sacs. There's a reason for that, because people need safety. And I know we can't do that everywhere, but we have a changing environment and we need to make some adjustments. And I don't consider our street the average street. They're not running around the rest of Newport Heights. the way they do on our hill. So maybe instead of deciding to open it up, maybe you should poll the people who walk there. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the work you've done. I know how hard it is for the staff, and I appreciate the contentiousness here. I have one neighbor I've known for 40 years, Carrie Slayback, and she and I are on opposite ends of this pole, and I feel badly about that and about any other neighbors I have. And an aside, we are really not Newport Heights. Ocean View, if you look at the old deeds, we are really Ocean View Heights. But that's being said, I still consider us part of our complete neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Robert Crossley. I reside on 259 Ocean View Avenue. And I stand here today in support of the closure, just like most of the residents on Ocean View and 100% of the residents on Tustin. That's evidenced by the signed petition that was submitted to the city with a 85% approval rating throughout the entire neighborhood. The closure happens to be directly in front of my home. Directly. And in fact, I lost 3 parking spots as a result of it. And like my neighbors, I lost the use of my cut through, which is very annoying as my driveway is on the back in Riverside. So I didn't like that very much. I think I called Mr. Bryan and had some words with him about that. But at the end of the day, I'm a father. I have 2 young children, one of whom is 3.5, and I can't tell you how many times I've streaked out into that road as a car barreled up from Pacific Coast Highway and nearly took his life and grabbed his arm at the last second, more times than I care to admit. I tried to convince myself I could keep him more safe, and I could keep a better eye on him when I wanted to oppose this project because I lost my parking. But what really stuck in my mind was the evening of February 2nd, 2021, when I was sitting in my living room and a young woman was jogging up the road named Maggie Torres. And I watched, like I do every single day, a car barrel up from Pacific Coast Highway going approximately 50 miles an hour. I watched that car strike that young woman. I watched her body fly through the air. I watched her carom off another parked car. And by the grace of God, I watched her body settle behind that parked car. Because if she had settled in the street, this car did not stop. It would have ran her over. It would have taken her life. I've watched many other incidents that thankfully didn't have the same ending, but came very close. I've heard a lot of talk about precedent, and I understand that talk. However, we've also talked about the unique situation here. There is no other street in Newport Beach of this size that sits between one of the most famous highways in the entire world and the rest of the city. This is a 28-foot, 1-lane residential street that sits between Pacific Coast Highway and Eastside Costa Mesa 17th Street. It is the first street that drivers see, therefore it is the primary route that they take, and it serves as a thoroughfare from, again, one of the most famous highways in the world. This makes it distinctly different than any other street just saying, I want less traffic, or there's a little too much on my street. It is a very different and very dangerous situation. I asked the city to consider that. We really do appreciate the time of the engineering report, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is John Kraus. I've been in Riverside Street in that neighborhood for 30 years. And I don't want to take up much of any more time for anyone. I think it's really obvious at this point where we should be going with this. I believe Tustin should remain as it was before. And I think my wife has a little bit of words she'd like to say as well.
Thank you. Barbara Kraus, 518 Riverside. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and to Dave and Tony for the time and effort you've spent on this report. And if we just look at the facts of the report, I believe it supports that we leave Tustin open. We also look at the report which was done off-season with summer traffic, junior guards. Riverside Avenue is a racetrack for electric bikes to and from the beach. We have 3 schools. The traffic and the speed has increased, I believe, more than the 10% in the report. It's becoming dangerous, and there's a lot of honking, near misses, several bike accidents. It's a pedestrian area. A lot of young families have moved on our street, Riverside, and they're seeing the impact, and we respectfully request that you reopen Tustin. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Dave Leal. I live at 219 Tustin Avenue. There isn't a whole lot that I can add to what's already been said, and I don't want to add a lot of emotion or anything into it. I just would like to talk about some facts, okay? And the facts are really presented in the report from the city. I mean, it's right in front of you. The whole purpose of this test was to look at an option to calm traffic and alleviate cut-through traffic. It worked. It's beautiful. Then we saw the results. And the results are that, yes, Tustin Avenue went from 834 to 276. Riverside went from 1862 to 2000, which is 191. If you add the 191 and the 323 that goes on to Cliff Drive, that's basically the difference that's not going up Tustin anymore. If you add the two together, it's 40 less than the 558 that went up Tustin. So none of the traffic has increased. It just got moved. But the question that I have is, if you go ahead and reopen Tustin, nothing's going to change except it's going to go back to the way it used to be, right? Like my dad used to say, this is the way it always used to be. This is how we always used to do it. Well, yes, but what that means is that all of a sudden we go back to 834 cars. Riverside gets 191 extra with that huge street. That's 8 cars per hour based on the 24 hours that test was taken. That's nothing. It's infinitesimal. Versus Tustin, that's going to get 850 some cars, and it's going to even be more, because as the development on PCH is done, more cars are going to be traveling. We all know that. We're all getting ready for it. So to me, this is the first step in trying to improve our neighborhood, not Tustin Avenue, Newport Heights as a neighborhood. That's why all of the streets, when we took this test and we started this survey, we did look at Tustin Avenue, Ocean View, Avon, Riverside, Tustin, Cliff Drive. And also, if you were to take a look at Tustin Avenue as a street by itself, the whole street, not just our little X section, but Tustin goes all the way to 17th. There's over 3,300 cars a day on that street. So there's a lot of cars that use Tustin Avenue, not just our little section of it. And we need to take a look at that as well. So I just want to say that, again, I think that the closure is a good thing. It's not because Tustin Avenue is the only one that's going to be the beneficiary. It's because the whole neighborhood, I think, can be the beneficiary of this whole situation. I also want to say that one of the things that was told to me was, what I keep hearing from Riverside, is that the speed is an issue. Speed is an issue. But if you read the report, the traffic speeds did not change on Riverside Drive north of Cliff Drive before and after the closure. It's right there. It didn't change. So how is speed an issue? Anyway, I apologize for getting a little bit emotional, but I think facts speak for themselves. If you read the report, it's all there.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I'm Greg Schwenk. My family's owned property at the 238 Tustin Alva for over half a century. Seen a lot going on Tustin Hill. We stand in support of the closure. I think, to the councilman's talk about the closure at the bottom. Closure at the top, closure at the bottom, something has to be done. I think we can't just keep it going back to the way it was. So if there's going to be any kind of resolution, something has to change. Whether it's a one-way, I think my family is in support of that. If it's something where we're going to get a full closure, we think that actually solves the problem. Councilman Duffield spoke at the last meeting about that blind curve, and we've seen it, and it is a problem. So I think not doing anything would be a disservice to the community. I think something has to be done. And so if it's going to be a one-way. If it's going to be a closure, I think it has to be a closure at the top, in all deference to the council members, to testing at the bottom. As far as it being a community and separating the community, I think it's more than simply where you drive your car. It's where you walk and where you jog and where you walk to school and where you walk your kids, not just where you drive your car and other things that make a community. And if anything, what I've noticed over the last several months is more people walking across Cliff Drive along that path from John Wade Park over to Cliff Drive Park, when they weren't doing that when I was younger, because people become racing down and using it as a thoroughfare. So the last thing I'm going to say is this. if you look at the staff report, it talks about that this particular part of Newport Beach was developed in 1945 in the midst of the war. It was a small street. It's 28 feet, as you can see by the staff report, as everyone said here. In just 3 years after that, after the end of the war, they had a much more enlightened city council and better staff. And they said, look, let's make the streets bigger. So then they put the streets in at 10 more feet up on Riverside and other parts of the heights. And they also gave them the luxury of the alleyways. And these are the things that were never put in on Tustin. And it was wise of the people to say, look, because of that, we need to be doing these changes to other parts of the city going forward. So if you look at Tustin, if you look at Ocean View, it's a unique situation with a unique problem that has to have a unique solution. Thank you very, very much.
They probably had limited resources during the war, so I got to defend the war era time council.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next speaker.
Council members, mayor, and also the team that did the report, thank you all for your efforts and for hearing us. Thank you for this democratic process to be able to talk about what's troubling us. Thank you. What we haven't talked about yet tonight is Clay Street. We happen to live between Riverside and Tustin on Clay. And what's happening in front of our house is that folks are really going fast up Riverside, or the lower half of, not the closed part, of Riverside, and then making a left-hand turn to either get to Harbor or to Ensign. Many of them are either on e-bikes or they're new drivers. They're coming from the Peninsula. They're 16, they're 17, and they're frustrated, they're unexperienced, and they're going past our house. To complicate things, we have 3 major teardowns and renewals on our street, on Clay. So what that means is we've got heavy equipment, we've got big trucks, we've got loads and loads of extra trucks that are being parked around just to be able to service those homes. So Clay is a major artery, as you all know, and it's causing a major problem in front of our house as well. In fact, I've come back from exercise class regularly only to witness a kid getting near missed because of all the traffic on e-bikes. Those kids are not wearing helmets. Let's please be thoughtful about the entire neighborhood and not just one street. We're really concerned about the health of our kids, not just one part of the neighborhood. Please consider us all. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, council members. I had to borrow Summer's book because I didn't bring one. Just a couple of things that were mentioned that I just wanted to clarify. Someone had mentioned that walkers weren't being considered within this process. I walk my dog every day with my dear neighbor, Jane, and we love to walk up that street because it is very difficult, and we have never been in fear for our lives. We have never been fleeting any fast-moving cars. It's just simply not a great problem that I've ever experienced. The second piece is what was it? Oh, when I sent my letter to the council, did I announce my name? Sarah D'Elia, hello, I live on Riverside, sorry about that. And I was not prepared to talk tonight, so I apologize. When I walked down the street, I made it a conscious effort to really look at the street and look at the number of cars because we did have concerned neighbors, and I did attend that meeting. And I wanted to be a considerate neighbor and really look at all parties. But when we walked, Jane and I noticed that there were maybe 3 cars, and I think I sent photos. When I went back to my house on Riverside, we have every car parked at all times. So I don't know about 7, 10 at night, but in the morning, it's a very different scenario. At 7, 10 at night, if you were going to go down Riverside tonight, it is going to be very busy. It's very difficult to find parking. And I know they're saying that there is a benefit to having the back alleys, but the negative to having the back alleys is you have 2 parking spaces. There are cars that we saw kind of going vertically in front of the garages. People don't park like that in the alleys. That is a very rare thing to see. We can't get out of our garages. We just don't have the space. So we're forced to actually park on our street versus when you have a garage access from your street, you've got 2 additional parking spaces as well. So I just don't see the park car issue. The other thing is that, and this is sort of just crazy, but it makes me think, all right, if I'm getting all the traffic, why wouldn't we just close the end of Riverside and divert traffic somewhere else? Well, then that's going to affect Clay Street and my friends there. So there is no good scenario. The good scenario is do the right thing. We saw the numbers. You know, if this needs to be presented in 10 years and this is a bigger issue and we've come up with better solutions, then let's look at it. But right now, I think we really need to do the right thing and keep it as is. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next speaker.
Hello, council members, mayor, staff. I appreciate all of your efforts and service. My name is John Curl. I live on Riverside Avenue. I just have a brief statement. What I see is an elite cadre of residents who experience a fraction of the traffic their neighbors endure, attempting to foist their relatively slight share of civic responsibility onto the shoulders of residents who already tolerate an inordinate portion of the community's traffic flow. What I don't see is a compelling argument as to why this proposal should be considered in the first place, let alone why it should be manifest in our community. There should be a public accounting of the cost of the study, of the cost of the proposed barricade, and a consideration of the cost of public confidence in a political system that is so potentially yielding to the whims of an entitled subclass. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rochelle Bowe. I'm on Riverside in the 400 block. And I think that we need to revisit the whole flow of our neighborhood because Riverside is very, very busy. I lost my 21-year-old car just a month ago with a guy hitting it parked on a straight street. So it's you know, and that accident didn't get reported because it wasn't a huge amount of damage. It just got totaled because it was an old car. And it was an old Lexus that looked really great. But anyway, trying to get out of our alley on Clay and on Cliff is impossible at certain times of the day. Like when the schools, you can sit there, so it's not an advantage on an alley, totally. So anyway, I just think that we need to look at our whole neighborhood because Tustin gets a huge amount of cars. Riverside, I stand out there and I'm looking at these cars zipping around in my front yard. And I come from the Peninsula 24 years ago, and I feel that the traffic's heavy here. And it wasn't before. So that's just a change, and I think that we should just look at the whole neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Charles Klob. I'm the current president of the Newport Heights Association. That's a voluntary homeowners association serving the neighborhood of Newport Heights and portions of Cliff Haven. Our board has taken no position on this. We have members on every side of this. But I would like to offer you a couple of things that you can do that won't upset anyone, and there's nothing else you have to do tonight that's going to not upset some people, I'm sure. The first is that trucks are using these streets, Tustin, and I'm sure you all know I live on Tustin, the very busy part of it. Using Tustin to cut through from 17th to PCH or the Peninsula to service the restaurants, the coffee shops. Those trucks are prohibited on those streets, and there are signs stating that, but there's no enforcement of that. One thing that could be done is the cart could go out that has the battery-operated sign that says trucks aren't welcome or whatever you do, and further enforcement. That would cut out some traffic, and that truck traffic is passing in the morning when the kids are going to school. That's when they service those restaurants is first thing in the morning. So that's something that you can do, and nobody will be upset by that. The second thing is, as you've heard tonight from Summer Anderson, who didn't announce her name, so I'm announcing it for her, that enforcement is an issue. And those of us that have lived there a long time recall when the police department used to enforce traffic in the neighborhood. Whatever the reasons are that it's not done now, that's something that is easy to do and would help solve a lot of the problems from a lot of the people, especially in the upper section and perhaps in the lower section. Again, that's something that you could direct the city manager to do that wouldn't make anyone upset. And lastly, it hasn't been discussed, but I'm pretty sure in the development plans for the large project at the boatyard that there is discussion about removing the signal at Riverside. And that should be factored into any decisions that you make if that signal is gone. I'm sorry, I said Riverside, I meant Tustin. The signal at Tustin is considering to be removed. Thank you for your service.
Hello, my name is Brett Obelgen. I live on Cliff Drive, opposite of the closure. We've been there for 28 years. We had no idea this was going on, but immediately what we noticed was the ending of near accidents. Even cars coming up from Riverside onto Cliff that want to make a right onto Tustin. You know, they go slow. There's cars coming up around them. For me, it's just a safety issue. You know, we all have traffic. I mean, Cliff Drive is like a freeway. I'm not complaining about the traffic. I knew it when we bought the house, but it's about how you guys are going to have to manage this safety issue. And 2 accidents in 10 years, I find that odd. Maybe that's only the ones that are reported, but to me, it's safety, but that's it.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name's Jane Curl. I'm John Curl's wife and Sarah DeLita's walking buddy that she talked about earlier. In fact, Sarah and I made a pact 7 years ago that we'd get up every morning and walk the neighborhood. And we've done that every morning. And I can tell you we've seen an increase in traffic as we've walked that. We see the kids on the bike. We see the people walking their dogs. And I can tell you Newport Heights loves dogs more than anybody else in the world, I'm pretty sure. So I want to tell you that this increase in traffic is something that Riverside Avenue cannot handle. We have so many cars now, so many bikes, so many kids going to school. We're like the thoroughfare for all the schools in the neighborhood. As I walk the neighborhood, though, I can tell you one other thing, that Newport Heights is full of really good people who want the best for their neighbors, and that's why everybody's here today. But the best for your neighbors and the best for yourself doesn't mean that we rob Peter to pay Paul. We can't move the traffic from one street onto another street for the benefit of some and at the detriment of many others. I urge you to keep that in mind as you solve this difficult problem before you today. There are many solutions to this problem. We just need to keep looking at it, but the solution can't be to put all the burden on the other streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Peter Helfrich. I'm for the closure. First of all, to hear the speakers talk about complaining about their alley access, it just shows how skewed some of them can be. I mean, they're actually complaining about their alley access. Walk in our shoes. Their streets are 10 feet wider. They have alley access. They go into their alleys. They go into their homes. They sit on their couch. It's Russian roulette every time we leave our homes. In regards to additive traffic to the heights, I don't buy it. If our street's open, you go up our street and down our street, you go through the heights. You either take Upper Tustin, Upper Riverside, Upper Tustin, or Irvine, right? I mean, yeah, you do one of those three, typically, predominantly. If our street's closed, you go up Cliff, you take Upper Riverside, Upper Tustin, or Irvine. It's crazy to me, and I understand that some streets are going to be marginally increased and some are going to decrease. But to say that all these speakers saying, look what you're doing to our streets, it's not increasing the traffic in the street at all. If you go up our street, down our street, you're going through the heights. And I'm just flabbergasted. And to hear some of these comments and saying, oh, it's not that big a deal. It is a big deal. It's a huge deal. We can't barely have our grandkids at our home. I mean, it's unbelievable. It is Russian roulette every time we leave our driveway or enter our driveway, period. And that's not hyperbole. That's real. So I'm just imploring you to do something. If it's at the top, if it's the bottom, I know some people think the bottom's better. I don't care, but something has to be done. And to compare these streets where some of these people live to our street, it's laughable. They wouldn't last a day on our street based on the comments that I've just heard. So we just need your help. We need something. And it's not a sidewalk, and it's not lights. It's, we feel the closure on top's the best, but something on the bottom would work. I mean, that would be a good compromise. We're not avoid of compromising. We're open to it. But we just need help. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and if you intend to speak on this item, now's a good time to come forward. Looks like we're wrapping it up. Yes.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Clark. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I live at 215 Tustin Avenue. I had no intention of speaking tonight, so I'm sure my husband, Bob Clark, is quite surprised. And the reason I came forward, I will tell you, I am for the closure. But why I came forward, and not knowing that I was going to, is I, too, am a walker. I have been in Newport Beach since 1952. I went to Corona Del Mar Elementary School, which is now condos. Has anybody here been to Corona Del Mar Elementary? Well, I have. But back to the walking. I have been walking for over 40 years in Newport Heights. And you know what my answer is to traffic, to school, to buses, to electric bikes? I do something very intelligent. I leave at 6 in the morning. And I want to tell you, I walk 6 miles every single day. I'm done at 7:30, and guess what? At 7:30, we've got the bikes, we've got the school buses, we've got the mothers, we've got the dogs. I think that's crazy. Why would I walk then? So to the ladies behind me that walk with their dogs on Riverside, I have a suggestion. You need to get out at 6 in the morning and stop at 7:30. You'll get the same walk, and you will love the sound of nothing. The only sound you will hear are birds. So that's it, and thank you very much. And don't I look like I've been walking for 35 years?
Next speaker, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Sue Liao. I live at 219 Tustin, and I would just like to paint a picture very, very quickly based on some of the comments that I heard. Our homes on Tustin Avenue are what some people call front-loaded. So all of our driveways and all of our garages are in the front. The only thing we can do is drive straight in to our driveways and our garages. So, second thing is, our street is 27 foot 9 inches wide with parked cars on each side, which means when we try to back out of our garage and there's a car there, we literally have to back into traffic, blinded. Either way, everyone else in the Heights has an alley. It's not blind. That's the picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier, and I just wanted to correct a little piece of history that may have been misstated to you. I apologize if I misunderstood what was said, but the enlightened development of the upper part of Newport Heights, north of Cliff Drive, actually occurred in 1907, a year after the city was incorporated, and actually with wider streets than currently exist. The right-of-ways there are 60 feet wide, and the alleys, whatever they are. So that enlightened development happened in 1907, and the lower Tustin and Ocean were developed by apparently less enlightened or approved by a less enlightened council in 1946. The tract is named Seaview Heights. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Frank King. My wife and I live at 231 Tustin Avenue since 2020. Thank you, everybody, for all your excellent work. I want everybody to know that we are sympathetic to the concerns of our neighbors, not just on Tustin Avenue, of course, but those north of Cliff Drive. And the proposed closure impacts our egress from our community. I am in favor of the closure, but we'd rather sacrifice the easy egress on the side of safety for the community, not just our section, but on Cliff Drive, as other speakers have mentioned. As traffic increases universally in our community, communities like ours, our couple of streets, are the ones that are going to be most impacted. And just because of the nature of the situation. So that's really all that I have to say. I do appreciate and we're sympathetic to the concerns of our neighbors north of Cliff Drive, but we are in a unique situation that needs to be resolved. I hope this information is helpful and with the dimensions of Tustin and Ocean View, the dimensions of the streets north of Cliff Drive, and the fact that our situation is indeed helpful. I hope that this helps you guide your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Tammy Matsunami. I'm from 421 Riverside Avenue. And again, I had no intention of speaking, but I believe I have the only front-loaded driveway on Riverside Avenue. So I relate to the difficulty in backing out. I urge you to follow the recommendations to reopen. I don't understand trading traffic on one street for another. I'm a longtime runner. I will tell you also, I run sometimes early, sometimes later. I feel more at risk running on Lower Riverside than I ever have on Tustin Avenue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more requests to speak, I'm going to close public comments. I guess I'll kick this off. I'm a little disappointed with one of the slides that we showed. It seems like there's a perception that it's a zero-sum game. It's either got to be cul-de-sac at the top or nothing at all. And but at the same time, I've heard people say, just please do something. And I don't support the permanent street closure at the top. But I think a lot has to be done, not just something. And I support a one-way. And I think there's a way where at the bottom of the hill, you can make the one-way look like it's not even a safe route for someone to risk. You can do that with signs, as you stated, but also you can do it as a very narrow entry point that goes from wide to narrow. I've seen other cities do it. I can picture it. I'm not an engineer. I'm sorry. I can't articulate it better. But that's sort of my position. But we'll see how the council feels and if anyone has any suggestions. Councilman Nixon.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess to echo your thoughts, when we had this, I guess it was in April when we met, I remember saying publicly there must be a solution here somewhere. And maybe it's not closure at the top. Maybe Councilmember Noah's, Blum's idea about the bottom. I just think there's always a solution. And for this reason, given the unique circumstances in my mind, Tustin is one of the narrowest streets. It is seen as a thoroughfare from PCH, as one of the speakers said, from a busy highway where there is a right turn lane if you're going north and you're turning right onto Tustin and you're scooting right up there and you have two sides to the street and a narrow street. I do think, and I've talked with many of the residents, I think there can be some little bit of give on both sides. From a safety standpoint, in my mind, the easiest or the most logical safety enhancement would be sidewalks, and that is public property. Mr. Webb, how much is the public property from the curb to the sidewalk or to a potential sidewalk, or what would that space be?
Antonio, I think it's 40-foot right away we have in there, minus it's at 28, so
it's about 3.5 feet?
I think we have more than that, probably maybe 6 feet.
So potentially,
5 to 6 feet.
Okay, thank you. Potentially, there could be public sidewalks there. I know in Newport Heights, sidewalks has been a contentious issue for a number of years, but if safety is truly the number one concern for children, for strollers, for runners, for walkers, sidewalks to me is a reasonable solution, and they would be public sidewalks. I hear or saw on the slides nobody wants sidewalks, no one wants limited parking, no one supports any other solution other than closing off Tustin up at Cliff. I think there still is a solution there somewhere. I wonder, again, from a safety standpoint, the family that lives right at the top that spoke, right there at the top of maybe that stop sign at Cliff and Tustin, there should be no left turn. That is a problematic, it is a blind corner. I think maybe there's more than one potential solution to enhance the safety and the desirability of safety and ease of transit. Now, no one likes to give up parking. I'm curious, is there street cleaning on days of the week on Tustin in that first block?
It'll get swept, but I don't think it's posted street sweeping.
So cars don't move?
They don't move. But again, it depends on the day, how much cars are on the street. That's typical to most of the heights. We don't have posted sweeping.
Oh, Okay. I was just going to suggest, I mean, if people are accustomed to moving their cars back and forth, as many of us are in the neighborhoods for street sweeping, that's interesting that I think from an environmental standpoint, we should be cleaning those streets because it's just the runoff into the bay. That's another matter. Anyway, I would like to suggest maybe this is potentially an alternate motion that staff come back with looking at the viability of closing the bottom half or the bottom portion of Tustin, as Mr. Blum has suggested, considering the viability of sidewalks, and perhaps opening up the top portion, but limiting the left turn onto Cliff. Again, I'm not a traffic engineer either, but I would like to see more possible alternatives. We have heard from the residents. I think it is unanimous of the residents on Tustin that they're pleading with their city for help. I would like a little give and take on both sides, the city and the residents. Can we find a solution? So maybe as part of the alternate motion is come back with some other potentially viable solutions, and maybe another citizen meeting and committee. I'll leave that to the mayor to think about, but I would like to direct staff to keep working at it. I guess that's the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brenner.
I live in Corona Del Mar, in the village, and it's horrendous living there with the traffic these days. And whenever I hear someone say you knew what you were buying when you got it, I just want to remind people that none of us envisioned this level of traffic when we bought our homes here. My street on Marguerite was dead end at 5th Avenue when we bought our house, and we used to play baseball in the street. That's what we bought, but what we have is extremely different. And you know, I keep hearing all the things that I worry about Newport Heights. I have 3 grandchildren that go to school in that part of town, and I've worried about Newport Heights since before I got elected. And I'm really worried about what happens when the development goes in down on the highway. I have been just so concerned about that the entire time. And I keep hearing what you don't want. You don't want the sidewalks. You don't want an extra lane on PCH. You don't want street lights. You don't want dead end. You don't want permit parking. It's only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. We can't go back to making this the way it's been and even expect it to stay the way it is. It's going to get worse. And we need to be looking at what we can do to make it better. And I think what's better is to keep people out of Newport Heights unless you live there. So we need to find ways to make it as difficult as possible for people to use not just Tustin Avenue, but the Heights in general as a thoroughfare to get from the highway up to 17th Street. And I mean, I'm afraid you guys, if we take away this dead end, I'm afraid that you're all going to be coming back to us at some point in time and saying, you've got twice as many people coming up Riverside and Tustin to go through Newport Heights as we need. We need to stop that flow of traffic and keep them from going through the Heights no matter how. And I've talked to my friends in Newport Heights about this so many times when they say they don't want an extra lane on PCH. If I could get an extra lane going each way in Corona Del Mar, I would take it in a minute, because whenever the traffic backs up on PCH, it goes through our residential streets. And the more convenient we can make it for traffic to flow on PCH, and I mean flow down to Newport Boulevard if they want to go up to 17th Street. So I'm really, I think it's a little short-sighted right now to think that you want some of the traffic to go up on Tustin and some on Riverside, because what's going to happen is they're going to be coming up both those streets in record numbers. And it's it would be very short-sighted of us to say we just want to go back to the way it was when we know it's going to get worse with all that development down there. There's no way in the world it's not going to get worse. So we need to be, I mean, bureaucrats are notorious for, you know, if it doesn't affect them during their election cycle, then they don't do anything about it. But we need to do something now before those developments get built down there that is going to significantly reduce traffic in Newport Heights. And I'm with Diane on this. We need to bring this back and try every possible thing that we can do. And the ultimate goal is to keep traffic from using Newport Heights as a thoroughfare, as a go-through, because I don't see how the school kids are going to, in the years to come, when all of those 2,000 units are down there and people are cutting through, how the kids are ever going to ride bikes to school or walk to school, or mothers with strollers. So I think we have to look at every possible solution that's going to keep the traffic off the streets in Newport Heights, and we're not ready to go back to just doing it the way it was before.
Thank you. Please hold your applause. Councilman Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. So, well, you said something about recusing because you buy a house or something. I discovered my business it's across the street. And so I thought, maybe I could measure it. Maybe it's 500 feet. Maybe I can get out of this. Nope. I tried, but it's a little farther. So I told the group who originally started this that they had to have 100%, at least 80 to 100% buy-in before I would endorse it. And I told them that. I said, you got a big job ahead of you. You're going to have to get all these people, more than you know. You can't have a lot of people who don't want this thing. You got to get almost 100%. Oh yeah, we'll get those. We'll get them. Everyone's going to do it. Okay, good. If everybody does it, great. Well, I don't hear that tonight, and sadly, I think it's more like 50-50. I really liked what Diane and Joy said. I don't want to give up. I don't know what to do. I feel awful. I don't have a solution to much of any of it. I like ideas about limiting the trucks. I like the stop sign on Cliff. I like sidewalks. I like one way. I like all these things if they can be worked on. And I'd hate to say we're not going to do anything and just leave. I do believe they're in jeopardy when they back out of their driveways and close their eyes, and that's horrible. But I also look at the numbers and the low car rate and such, and it's a tough deal. Our staff, I always tend to go with staff unless I feel otherwise, but they do all the hard work, and they know this stuff pretty cold. I don't. But I don't want them to just stop. I want you guys to come up with a miracle. I don't know what it is, but like you said, we got to have a sidewalk and a one-way or permit parking or stuff like that. We got to work on it. Yep. So I'm hoping that we can do something like that.
I think I can make a motion if you take a side at what you said.
May I just add one more comment? Yes. One of the speakers mentioned enforcement. Joy kind of alluded this as well. I did not know that there were no trucks allowed on those streets in Newport Heights. Where is the enforcement? And in 2015 or 16, we had a tragic situation in Newport Heights with a trash truck, and I know we all remember that horrible situation. And I believe in the last several years there's been more traffic control in Newport Heights, but why not on Riverside and Tustin if that's where trucks are prohibited, commercial trucks are prohibited, why are they on those streets? I don't know. Do we have anyone with traffic control that could answer that question by any chance? Anybody here? Deputy Chief, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, thank you.
Mayor, members of the City Council, Deputy Chief Rasmussen from the Police Department, here to represent Chief Lewis. As far as traffic enforcement, that has been heavy enforcement, at least as far as of January, primarily because of the e-bikes, and that's been the biggest concern in that neighborhood, especially in and around the schools. As far as any of the traffic enforcement for vehicles, I haven't looked at any of the specific stats, but within the areas where we've been talking about on Tustin, there's been quite a bit of enforcement regarding traffic up and down Riverside, as well as within the PCH corridor for both Tustin and Riverside. But specific on the vehicles going through, I don't have any stats for that, but we are aware of the issue and we have been doing enforcement.
Just help me out. I don't recall. Are there signs posted, no commercial trucks allowed?
I don't know.
Maybe we could find that out too as part of this, if we agree to continue this discussion. Okay.
For sure.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Okay, Mayor, I'll give it.
Yeah, I want to take a stab at a motion and then I can.
Sorry. We might want to ask Tony and Dave about that because probably 40 years ago in Corona Del Mar, we went to the trouble of going through traffic engineering and getting no truck signs on Marguerite. And I believe that Dave or Tony, one, told me that we can't enforce that. Do you remember that question or have an answer for that?
No, if it's posted and it's a regulatory sign, it's enforceable.
See, you learn something every day.
Within Newport Heights, those streets that have truck restrictions, and there are a number of streets, they are posted. So you can drive throughout Newport Heights, you'll see truck restriction signs posted throughout the area.
And on our conversation on that, there are no posted signs throughout those areas. And the enforcement part comes for the interstate trucks and the commerce trucks that have alternate routes. You're always going to have beacon moving vans and Amazon trucks and stuff. Those are the ones we really can't enforce because they're going to a local residence. And it's just hard for the police to say, hey, you're an interstate trucker going from Costa Mesa to Laguna Beach. Why are you going through the neighborhood? But there are signs posted in the neighborhoods for that.
Okay, so I think what I'd like to take a stab at is I would like to direct staff to come back with proposals, and we'll eliminate the two options of the permanent closure of the top as well as the do nothing option. And I would like to allow staff to spend the funds necessary to actually come up with drawings. So that could be a closure at the bottom, it could be one way, and how you can use physical structures to not only deter people from going the wrong way, but also deter trucks from going the correct way by making it appear like their truck can't even fit through. Whatever it takes. But come back with drawings that include sidewalks and lights and give us a couple different options. And obviously give enough time also for the community to give their opinion. And it's almost like an analysis that we saw where it's a bunch of writing, but I would like to see real options and drawings. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, so seconded. Any discussion or any amendments anyone would like to add to that motion?
Can I just see clarification? In the interim between now and then, would the permanent closure be in place or be lifted, be removed?
I'm flexible. Does anyone have strong opinions about it either way?
I think it matters quite a bit to the folks here, so that's why I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, we could try to move to the bottom. Yeah.
Say to move it to the bottom?
I guess we could try it to the bottom.
I just caution one note, and I'm sorry, we don't have an aerial picture. I wish I did, but there is some commercial properties at the bottom that access right there at Ocean View. So if we restricted the bottom, I'm not sure how they would do it. We'd have to work with those owners. And Tony will remind me, and he does all the time, for the audience's sake, if we move it to the bottom, we're going to have the same diversion of traffic. It's just, you're still going to have Riverside volumes, which you have today, but it would, I don't know, it's going to look different. It might feel different to the neighborhood. It does connect them better. I'm always a proponent to have the residential connected versus commercial and residential connected. It feels a little better. But we can look at that. And I do see the graphics. I was talking to Tony about Diana, a good part. Maybe if we make no lefts on the top at Cliff, maybe we can do that with delineators so that they can't do it. Although there's some driveways and things, there might be an option there that it brings in other sets of problems, but it might bring in a better solution. So I think, Mayor, we understand where you want to go on that.
Okay, let's, Councilman Avery, are you going to opine on or just touch on that topic? About the temporary or something else?
I just got something to say. So the whole thing here with safety is speed, and we can do a lot of things. I'm all for doing what we're talking about here, but until we find a way, till we get people to drive responsibly in that neighborhood, and I don't know what that is. It's more enforcement. It's unloading on tickets on people, but that is really what causes the accidents. It's happened on my street. Every street in the Heights had accidents. And until we find a way for people to not consistently not speed through our neighborhoods, because on my street I've had people run out and just yell at cars as they're racing down from Irvine to Tustin across Holly Lane, which is a front-loaded street also. There's no silver bullet here, and the silver bullet is not closing off streets, because it just, if you talk to Tony, any traffic engineer, they'll tell you that it just drives the traffic somewhere else. And if we're, the people who live on my street, Holly Lane, would love to have a one-way street. And they're all new families with kids and the same fears. But it's the speed, and that's the trouble, is the kids are in the street having a great time, and someone comes around the corner and they're doing 40 miles an hour, and that's all it takes. And so so we should have no illusions about that. We need to work with law enforcement, and we need to work with, I don't know, speed bumps and all these controversial items, but cars have to slow down. We have to be less in a hurry, and we've all got busy lives, and I think all of us have found ourselves going faster than we should in a neighborhood. So, end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Webb, do you have any suggestions of what we could do to alleviate the speed concern if we're going to lift the closure up top?
Again, what Tony pointed out in our data, we don't have a speeding problem in Tustin. We have a perception, and it's a low volume speeding problem, so we don't recommend any, and your policy doesn't even allow us to put in traffic control bumps and things like that. I don't think speed bumps is a good idea. If I asked Tony about that because of the hill and the nature of it, I don't know if you have a speeding problem on Tustin if you remove the item. Doesn't mean we don't have an issue we need to address, but I don't know if speed's the issue there.
I'm afraid perception is reality a little bit when dealing with policy. And I guess we could put one of those trailers out.
We could do traffic trailers with the speed guns, hopefully maybe some signage, slow residential neighborhood. Just, again, I'm also nowhere that I put a lot of signs up and no one reads them. So, but we surely try to do something like that. Maybe, I don't know, edge striping I don't even know if that'd even work in that neighborhood, so narrow.
No, I don't think I would support edge striping just because of the width of the roadway as it is. I think there are opportunities for people to pass generally, so I don't think I'd support edge line striping.
Well, we'll have to leave it to you, but unless someone wants to tell me otherwise, I think it seems like there's a consensus to remove the permanent structure at the top. Is there anyone who feels differently on the dais? I don't have strong feelings about it. No, so Councilman O'Neill, do you feel your question has been addressed?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm understanding the motion correctly, it's remove the closure, come back to us with more suggestions to try to figure out how to alleviate the concerns we're hearing on Tustin.
Bottom one. Oh, wait.
There's something.
If you would like to temporarily put the bottom one, please raise your hand. It seems like we're not sure enough.
Yeah. Well, okay, let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. How soon can staff come back? How soon can staff come back with some of these remedial improvements?
Just staff load right now. Let's look at fall. We'd be like September maybe. We'd want to probably do a study session and go through the graphics with you and the residents and see what might be able to be put in. Again, some of the thoughts I've heard, we can look at the one-way, halfway block at the bottom. We could look at a full closure at the bottom. I just got to show you how that commercial property is affected. Again, I don't think that's going to change things. We could look at maybe delineators or median on the top that try to restrict that left turn, things like that. We can show a sidewalk on one side, both sides. We haven't talked about it. If it's too narrow, we could push the curbs out, and make it a wider street. Again, as Tony will allude to in Corona Del Mar, the wider the street goes, the faster the traffic is, because part of the resistance of the narrow street causes the cars to slow down. So, but we can bring those options back. I would think it'd be at least fall.
Right, if we're going to put together some good engineered plans, because to date, we've done some rough exhibits, but if we want to put together some engineered plans, I would say probably the fall.
I think we have to if we want something to be done other than nothing.
Well, and this, okay, if we wait until fall for these ideas and we open up the top, then it gives some relief to the neighboring streets and kind of go back to the way it was, but knowing we're still trying to work out some longer-term solution.
Kevin, I still think we need to be looking long-term at Newport Heights, because we're going to, I mean, maybe you guys are going to be gone by then, but 3 of us or 4 of us are still going to be here for perhaps the development down on Mariner's Mile. And I just think that we need to be involving the community and talking about all the things that you don't want this, but maybe you want this, and this is going to cause more traffic here, and this is going to cause, so it's a bigger discussion than just whether we're closing off Tustin or not.
It is, and I think Eastside Costa Mesa has done a good job in some of the streets of really slowing down traffic, and we can have Tustin be our pilot, if you will. And if we can find an aesthetically pleasing solution, we can roll it out other streets. Yes.
Is there any way that cities work with Waze? Because we've heard this before, that Waze is creating a bypass up Tustin off PCH because that's a way to avoid traffic. Have you heard where cities can work with Google and Waze in terms of prohibiting Waze diversion up Tustin, for example?
I have heard some success with that. I don't know, Tony, if you've had some success.
Mixed success, I've heard from other cities. Some cities have tried to reach out to Waze and really gotten no support from them for any changes. It's very mixed in terms of whether they are even open to change their platform.
I heard some LA cities had some success in getting them to put in what they call an electronic fence. So basically the computer knows that it can't go there. The people don't see a roadblock. It just pushes them somewhere else, because that's what's doing it. I just looked on my phone, and right now it shows that the street's closed. I mean, they've picked that up and they have a closure on it. So they're watching these things.
Well, they get that real time through Google Maps.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Let's take a 2-minute recess. We are back. Okay, staff, now on to item number 21.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Dave Webb, your Public Works Director. We're bringing back to you an issue we've talked quite a lot about, the Balboa Island benches. The teak benches tonight we're only talking about, not the Marine Avenue benches. And we do have a staff report, but given you have a lot of history on this in your Brevard report, we could go very briefly if you like and just get to the recommendations, or if you'd like a little more in-depth discussion. I think we're close to consensus. This went to the PB&R Commission, and we had one public comment, and it was a thank you. I think we're there, but how would you like to proceed?
I think brief is going to be okay for us.
Okay. Micah, could you briefly do this?
Yeah, I could just do a quick overview, actually, instead of laboring through all the slides. So back in January of 2020, we brought this before the council. Staff was, having some difficulty maintaining the existing benches out there as they had reached their useful life. All the teakwood benches have been there since 1995 and beyond. And we had reached a point where contracting out the maintenance of these benches became very costly and difficult. So the council directed us to defer this item to the PB&R Commission, which we did. The PB&R Commission put together an ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee convened with involvement from the island groups, the Balboa Island Improvement Association, the Merchants Association, the Little Island, and the Balboa Island Preservation Association. And we all met and reached a consensus on how to move forward. We brought forward a few different bench options and put out an island-wide survey, allowed the island residents and property owners to weigh in on the bench they felt was most appropriate. We held a public meeting down at the fire station. We got consensus back that the Jatoba wood bench, same bench that's on Marine Avenue, was the preferred bench. And the PB&R's recommendation is to replace all the current teak wood benches with that Jatoba wood bench, eliminating the plaque donation component. And the benches would not be part of a maintenance program. They would be allowed to age out over time and just be there for their useful life. So in a nutshell, that's kind of what's happened since 2020, last time we met. So if there's any more questions on that, I could answer those, or we could go straight into the recommendations if you'd like.
Yes, question from Councilman Dixon.
Could you just clarify, are we reducing the number of wooden benches on Marine Avenue?
The recommendation at this time is not to reduce them, but we want to continue to explore those options as we move forward with the bench replacements. So we'd like to have the opportunity to work with the island groups to those opportunities to reduce the numbers seem feasible, and we could work with them on where.
Why would we want to reduce them?
Real quickly, also you mentioned Marine Avenue. We are not touching any Marine Avenue. We're just talking about the perimeter benches.
Okay,
And why would we want to reduce them? We did have some discussion with the groups. A prime example for us is at the end of Marine Avenue on the south side. You notice there's 2 benches there, but the way that big planter is, it really restricts the sidewalk. We talked about if we had a chance to maybe put a seat wall in there for the bench versus wood benches, so we can't get a portable machinery by there to clean the sidewalk.
Oh, I see.
There's certain cases like that. I think there's one street and they might have 3 benches. And we'd want to work with the associations, as we promised, because if there's areas like Ruby Beach, they need a lot of benches, we should have them there. But some street ends may not have the population, and thus maybe there's some beautification or pots or something rather than a bench. One other one, we have the Sunset Years bench there. That's a crowded area too. We'd want to keep that up. So that was the recommendation by the PBR to give staff the flexibility to work with the community to maybe reduce some benches. And I think there'll be an opportunity down the road as we start replacing them.
So net, it's to work with the community. Nothing will be done by the council or by staff without the community's involvement. Is that correct?
And when I say community, probably through the associations. They're
Right,
the primary.
through the association. They're,
right.
They're the representatives of the rest of the community.
So at this point I think there's 53 benches around the perimeter, if I recall. And we would plan on replacing all 53 unless we can get some consensus. Could we take this one out or this one out and maybe reduce it? That's where the original council direction too, was to try to reduce the number, because everyone obviously is maintenance.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to Councilmember Blum's point of view on this, because that will really influence my thought process. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Benner.
Dave, how clear have we made it that we are not going to continue to maintain these forever?
We have been in all our literature, and I'll say just from a staff standpoint, thank you very much. The staff is still, we're not really big wood bench fans because they are maintenance. We get it. You see on Marine Avenue, we uncle, we yield. The community wants wood out there. So the Jatoba is probably the easiest bench to maintain, provided in the manufacturer, we even talk with them and have them come in, wants them to just age out. That's how most cities buy them. They just let them gray out. And then it's just probably a light sanding every once in a while, because it's a hardwood. It doesn't really splinter like pine wood does. So it really, if we don't refinish them and try to lacquer them or something, it really makes life easier. We really struggle on Marine Avenue. As you know, we've been trying to keep that up. And even that, when we refinish them once a year, we just finished the first 10. 8 months ago, you go back and look at them, they're looking like the other ones now. The lacquers they use in California anymore just don't last.
Yeah.
So,
another question. Do we have any issues with people sleeping, like homeless sleeping on benches? And do we consider having those dividers?
It hasn't been an issue that we're aware of.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the type of bench that's there has arms on it, but the benches on Marine Avenue, the Jatoba wood benches, they're 8-foot benches, so they're quite long, plenty of room for people to lay down, but we haven't experienced an issue with that yet.
We have it in Old School Park. I know that we had homeless that were sleeping on the benches there, so.
we have one known homeless person continually out by the ferry. But I haven't heard of people laying on sleeping. There's the occasional person who's intoxicated or surfer need a night's sleep, but it's not a habitual problem that I know of on the island, as far as I know. But if we did, we could put a divider on. Again, that would really change. You can bolt those on and make it uncomfortable, but it also changes kind of the nature of the bench.
Okay. And I saw your recommendations about disposing of the benches that were purchased by people, and it looked like that was a fair solution. You're reaching out to the people who purchased them and allowing them to reclaim them if they'd like them.
That was one of the things that came out from the subcommittee. We've actually had several people approach us and say, I'd love to have my bench back, or I'd like to have that. Or we've had several people approach us, can I buy a bench?
Yeah.
So actually through Diane's committee, and she can talk to this, they talked about getting them back to the owners, but then I think the committee kind of said, well, what about a fundraiser? What about the Balboa Museum? If we don't have any claim, could they auction them off or do something with them
like that
and raise
idea.
money? Because there are people who would like to buy a wood bench that,
Yes.
have,
Good. Thank you.
Councilman Avery.
I just want to commend the committee and staff for going to Jatoba and letting it age out naturally. That's going to be very successful. They're going to last a long time. And I've supported varnishing teak on a certain vessel for 20 years, and there's a lot of it. And it's insanity to think that you would put anything varnished in the public realm and expect it to be, you know, it would just be, I can't imagine what you've gone through to try and keep it looking right. Everybody, it's really something. So the intent was great, but, and to Dave's point, yeah, California has really stepped on all these clear finishes and varnishes in terms of their content, so they don't last, doesn't last long. So it's just a fool's errand, but that's a great shift. That's wood that'll last probably 30 years.
Mayor Pro Tem Blum.
Thank you. Okay, this has been a long process, and sometimes I feel like we can't be happy about the process, but we're going to be there. We're going to get happy. All of the benches that were wanted by the people that live on Balboa Island are there. We don't have any synthetic plastics. We've gone through the process. The democratic process worked. We took votes. Reading through the staff report, they've recommended the purchase of 60 6-foot Jatoba benches that at a great price of $1,500 a bench that covers pretty much all of the benches we've even spoke about around the perimeter. Yes, it will take some time to do that, but I think that anybody in any type of building or equipment purchasing at this point realizes that nothing is quick right now. And things do take time. And I do also think, and I was just walking around the island, some of those benches aren't destroyed yet. Some of them are still actually pretty nice. And I think that's a great idea from Public Works to say, hey, let's replace the ones that need to be replaced. We're not just in the business of throwing things away, especially those ones with plaques on them that people actually do like. If they have a usable life, why would we get rid of them right now? So I really liked what the ad hoc commission said, or the PB&R commission's ad hoc group said that, you know, if we can move it up 20 or 30%, great. You know, if it's more than that on a replacement rate, that's great. If we don't need that, that's great. And so right now I'm just so proud of what we've done, and I'm so proud the community was so involved in it, that all the fears about what we were trying to do have been subsided, and what we know is going to happen is we're going to have beautiful wood benches just like the residents wanted. So I'm in amazing favor for what you guys have done there. It has not been an easy process. I think this room has been filled a couple of times because people were so concerned about their benches. And I think this is actually the best case scenario that can happen. I know that there's always tweaks and issues that we may want, but sometimes we take the award and we say thank you, and we're just happy about what's happened. So thank you.
Okay, speaking of rooms, we'll open up public comments. Anyone in the room would like to speak, please come forward.
All right, we made it to benches. Dennis Bress, Balboa Island resident, Mayor Muldoon, Council, Noah. Noah, you spoke at our fire station, and you said we will listen to what the people have to say, and we've done the voting, and it's been landslide for Jatoba cherrywood benches. So I would just add that, based on where we're at in the summer, we just celebrated BIYC's 100th year as the Balboa Island Yacht Club. So if you haven't been to Balboa Island since the start of summer 2022, come on down, because it's really happening right now. You guys have done a great job with the police volunteers in directing e-bikes and traffic. It's been wonderful. We also have junior guard traffic, and it's just been a great start to the summer. I would just add a few things to what I had read. I didn't get to make the PB&R meeting, but thank you for what they had done in moving this through the process. A couple of points. One, as far as I'm concerned, based on what the residents have expressed, is that we want simply replacement of cherry wood to the teak benches. So, like Noah had alluded to, if you walk around the perimeter of the island, I would say this is going to be, and Joy, you heard me use this term in what we were dealing with eucalyptus trees on Marine, is life cycle management, right? So we want to plan accordingly so we don't end up in our tree management like that one street where all the trees had to be cut down. We need to do life cycle management and backfill with new trees that are, by the way, doing great because they've been watered regularly on Marine Street. We're very happy with our landmark eucalyptus trees. And then I think we use the same approach with the benches. If you walk around, there's probably a tier 1 based on what current inventory might be to replace the teak benches, is that there's a certain class, tier 1, of benches that are indeed end of life. We just had the Balboa Island Pancake Breakfast. We had a great community turnout. And there's a bench specifically, there are 2 benches in that park, the Balboa Island Park at the Beach Center. And the one bench that people sit in with their families to watch the kids play in the park, I mean, it's really a terrible bench. It's end of life. It's disgusting, hasn't been cleaned, and it's really not a great bench to represent our city for tourists now that are using the park. So I'm really so glad that we finally gotten to this point where we are moving forward. So I will end with this. One, we want 1-to-1 bench replacement. Yeah, sure, at the end of Marine, there might be some community input working with us in order to come up with maybe a better plan based on what we have to do. But relatively speaking, we don't want to reduce our bench inventory. We don't want to put a longer bench at the end of the street. We want 2 benches because tourists tend to want to sit in those separate benches. I would also add, although we originally didn't have benches on the voting for with armrests, a lot of residents have asked me, based on the perimeter bench configuration of the teaks, they do have armrests. And I have to listen to older people who said, I really like the armrests because I can sit when I look out reading a book and I like to have the armrest. So maybe that's a possibility to include some of the replacement cherrywood benches to be with armrests. And then the last 30 seconds is the plaques. Those plaques represent a mom or a dad or a brother or sister or someone who has died. And that plaque represents a location. It's not just the bench, it's the location that plaque and the people that recognize that plaque and sit. And all we're asking for is when you replace the teak or the current teak bench, take the 2 screws off on the plaque and affix it to the new cherry Brazilian wood. And that would solve that issue in regards to the plaques. And I hope that could be adhered to because the plaques are very important. Thank you.
Next speaker. If you want to speak on this item, please come forward. Yes.
Good evening, Jim Maloney. I'm sure you all are familiar with myself. I'm familiar with all of you, Mayor Muldoon, distinguished council members, staff, Dave, Micah, Grace, Aaron. Just wanted to come, as you know, I'm the chair last year or so of the BIPA, Balboa Island Preservation Association. We, of course, were the one group that submitted the public comment letter thanking the staff for great work and for the PB&R, Diane DeRudy, Dave Granoff, and others who worked very hard with us on this. So we applaud all of the work, the time, the money, and the hours that went into this. I will echo that, you know, Balboa Island, I've been up here many times, 1,800 homes, lots of people, some older, some younger, some wealthy, some not so wealthy. They all love the benches, they love the trees, they like the wood, and I'm glad we came to a great result. So I'm not here to complain. I would reiterate what Dennis Bress said a few minutes ago. I think 1-for-1 on the benches is critical. I don't think 50 or so benches on an island that's 2.5 miles circumference is too many. When I read the staff report, and I know they were just putting in there as a placeholder to maybe see where we could cut down on some benches. If you read the report, it actually says perhaps we could reduce the number of benches in Beek Center Park. There's a grand total of 2 benches in Beek Center Park. That's where they have all the BIIA movies and all the pancake breakfasts. So I just don't see reducing the number of benches from 2 to 1 in Beek Center Park as viable. Dave, you did mention there was one block that has 3 benches. I will point out that that block with 3 benches is the one next to the Teddy Bear House. Everybody knows the Teddy Bear House. That's where the Balboa Island Yacht Club, 100 years old, is. That's where all the kids go in the summer. So I don't know reducing from 3 to 2 or 3 to 1 is a very good idea. So I'm just putting it on the record that the BIPA is strongly against reduction of any benches. I think 50 in the 2.5 mile circumference is fine. When we talked about it, if it was to be reduced, there would be longer benches. We could talk about that as an option. I do like the plaques. There are a lot of people that are attached. I understand why the city doesn't want plaques. If there's plaques, people think they own them. If people think they own them, they call the city staff and they complain, and my bench looks terrible. So I understand the give-take. I'll point out this is not a public safety issue. It's not controversial. I think down the road, Noah and others, we've spoken about maybe there's a way we could come up with a way to get a citizen or a resident funded mechanism to maintain these benches so they look good. I'll leave it with, and I see the city all the time use the Balboa Island bench in front of the ice cream stores and on the boardwalk in their advertising for tourism. So I am a big fan of the Jatoba. I'm a big fan of not maintaining teak. I too have been a boat owner. I know, Brad, that boats and teak's a lot of work. I would just say the Jatoba, they're not that expensive to maintain. It's like $200, $250 from the companies that do it. And if we could find a way to have the citizen groups, whether it's BIIA, BIPA, collect the money from those and have them maintained, I think that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maloney. Next speaker. Okay, seeing none. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, quick discussion.
You want to discuss?
I like 1-to-1, or as close to 1-to-1 as could be. I know the scenario you're talking about where there are those 2 benches and also the planter and it blocks, but I think that's probably only a couple sites. So I would like to be as close to 1-to-1 as possible. Is my only.
I agree. And I even going through that staff report, and I think Kevin's right, the mayor's right on. And even calling for 60 benches in the staff report was what I like to see, especially when we're talking about replacing 58. So I think we still have some wiggle room there. We're going to get all the benches. We know we'll hear from you guys if there's a bench that is not replaced properly, and we will be there to make sure we get a bench there, okay? I'll personally deliver it on my back or in my golf cart. We want the benches. We don't like to irritate the Balboa Island residents. We just like to give them the wood benches they want. And it's been a long process to get here, and so I thank you guys for all the input you've put in for this. And staff, you've been amazing, and thank you. I'm glad we came together, and this couldn't be a better outcome, I think, for anybody. That we're replacing them with what the residents want. We're doing them 1 for 1, as the mayor said, and it's going to be beautiful as it always has been down there, and maybe even a little better. Thanks.
You want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, great. Councilwoman Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple clarifying questions and a statement. Just want to make sure, just to reiterate Ms. Brenner's question, does everybody agree that the benches will not be re-varnished, re-sanded, and they may turn gray, naturally gray?
I think that has to be a discussion.
Oh, it's still an open issue?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about maintaining, if we're going to be talking about maintaining the benches, then it has to be a separate contract. I think what we're looking at right now is the replacement of the benches with the recommendation that's come from it. And really, if we're doing a continuous maintenance on these benches, maybe that's something that works as a grant program or something that BIPA was alluding to. And I think that's an entirely separate discussion that we would bring on.
But until that happens, then there's really no refinishing.
The benches last for a good amount of time as they're brand new out there. I think we have years under our belt before we're really going to start worrying about them. And the Marine Avenue ones have been there for a long time, and I know that some of them are looking a little better than others, but we did maintain some of those. And so, I mean, we all spend a good amount of time down there. I think anything replacing the teak right now is the best choice. And then, we can start up a discussion maybe with something where we do have a citizen group deal with the maintenance of it rather than the city itself and spending those good dollars.
Great, I support that. So just as a concluding statement, maybe it's only in Newport Beach, California, that we could spend 3 years debating public benches.
Has it only been 3
and,
years?
and that the community agrees with the proposed solution. Okay, so this is a successful night. All right. We may not be able to solve traffic problems, but we can solve bench problems. So, all right. So thank you.
We got benches.
I just wanted to clarify one thing that Noah said. You said we don't like to irritate our Balboa Island residents. We don't like to irritate any of our residents. So I just wanted to make that clear.
I like irritating Corona Mar a little bit.
Councilman O'Neill.
Yeah, real quick. One of the things in the staff recommendation was the question of whether it was 2 or 3 phases. My strong recommendation would be 2. We should be moving forward quickly, and I know the issue is back order and supply chains and whatnot. I get it. So we should be moving forward with 2. Since it says 2 or 3, and my preference would be 2. No, would you incorporate that into the motion?
I will.
All right, thanks.
Right, the second accept as well. Great, we have a motion and a second with accepted changes. Let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
On the next item, annual appointments to boards and commissions.
This is the annual appointments. In order to be appointed, the nominees must receive at least 4 votes, and it's appropriate to take public comments at this time.
Great, any public comments on this item, please come forward. Now's the time, Rudy. Thanks for your patience. That was a long time ago when you interrupted us.
Sorry for jumping the gun. Anyhow, my name's Rudy Spurchek, and I would like to be a harbor commissioner. I've attended most all the harbor commissioner meetings over the last 12 months and many over the years. And so I'm familiar with most of the issues in the harbor. And I do want to thank you and tip my hat to the council for the accomplishments of getting the approvals and the funding of the lower Newport dredging and CAD project. I think that's fantastic. Also, the approval of the water wheel and trash collector. I mean, that's going to make a big deal, a big impact on our harbor. So that's a big accomplishment, and thank you and congratulations. I do bring some experience to the commission. I have worked for the Irvine Company for years, and also in redoing seawalls and reconfiguring docks. I've worked with consultants, attorneys, lobbyists, engineers, the Coastal Commission, to assist me on approvals of dredging, dock configuration, seawall, sand quality, and related issues. So I'm a member of the Balboa Yacht Club and the Catalina Island Yacht Club, and I'm a very active boater in the harbor. I love the harbor. So I do support the continual dredging of the bay and have observed how much healthier it has become over the last 20 years. So I would like to be a harbor commissioner, and I would appreciate your support.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I see none.
I'll first announce the votes for Board of Library Trustees. Councilmember Brenner votes for Ash Kumra. Councilmember Avery, Ash Kumra. Councilmember Duffield, Ash Kumra. Councilmember Dixon, Laurel Tippett. Councilmember O'Neill, Ash Kumra. Mayor Pro Tem Blom, Ash Kumra. And Mayor Muldoon, Ash Kumra. With 6 votes for Ash Kumra, he is appointed to Board of Library Trustees. Next will be Building and Fire Board of Appeals. There are 2 vacancies. Councilmember Brenner votes for Bill Caskey and J.R. Walls. Councilmember Avery, Bill Caskey, and J.R. Walls. Councilmember Duffield, Bill Caskey, and J.R. Walls. Councilmember Dixon, Bill Caskey, J.R. Walls. Councilmember O'Neill, Bill Caskey, J.R. Walls. Mayor Pro Tem Blom, Bill Caskey, J.R. Walls. And Mayor Muldoon, Bill Caskey, J.R. Walls. Both incumbents are reappointed. For City Arts Commission, Councilmember Brenner votes for Wayne Kaufman. Councilmember Avery, Wayne Kaufman. Councilmember Duffield, Wayne Kaufman. Councilmember Dixon, Wayne Kaufman. Councilmember O'Neill, Wayne Kaufman. Mayor Pro Tem Blom, Wayne Kaufman. Mayor Muldoon, Wayne Kaufman. That's 7 votes. So she is reappointed. For Civil Service Board, there is 1 vacancy. Councilmember Brenner votes for Sharon Wood. Councilmember Avery, Sharon Wood. Councilmember Duffield, Sharon Wood. Councilmember Dixon, Sharon Wood. Councilmember O'Neill, Sharon Wood. Mayor Pro Tem Blom, Sharon Wood. And Mayor Muldoon, Sharon Wood. So that's 7 votes for Sharon Wood. Harbor Commission, there are 3 vacancies. Councilmember Brenner. Councilmember Brenner, you have 2. Did you want 1 more? Okay. Councilmember Brenner votes for Ira Beer, Rudy Swarchek, Don Yon. Councilmember Avery, Ira Beer, Rudy Swarchek, Don Yon. Councilmember Duffield, Ira Beer, Rudy Swarchek, and Don Yon. Councilmember Dixon, Ira Beer, Antonella Castro, and Don Yon. Councilmember O'Neill, Ira Beer, Jordan Rochter, and Don Yon. Mayor Pro Tem Blom, Ira Beer, Bill Peterson, and Don Yon. Mayor Muldoon, Ira Beer, Jordan Wachter, and Don Yon. So Ira Beer and Don Yon are reappointed, and then we will have a second vote for the remainder of the people on the ballot. So for PB&R Commission, there are 2 vacancies. Councilmember Brenner, Hassan Archer, and Diane Doherty. Brad Avery, Hassan Archer, and Diane Doherty. Councilmember Duffield, Hassan Archer, and Diane Doherty. Councilmember Dixon, Hassan Archer, Diane Doherty. Councilmember O'Neill, Hassan Archer, Diane Doherty. Mayor Pro Tem Blom, Hassan Archer, Diane Doherty. Mayor Muldoon, Hassan Archer, Diane Doherty. Hassan Archer and Diane Doherty are reappointed. And for Planning Commission, there's 1 seat. Councilmember Brenner, Debbie Stevens. Councilmember Avery, Debbie Stevens. Councilmember Duffield, Tristan Harris. Councilmember Dixon, Debbie Stevens. Councilmember O'Neill, Tristan Harris. Mayor Pro Tem Blom, Tristan Harris. And Mayor Muldoon, Tristan Harris. Tristan Harris received 4 votes. Debbie Stevens received 3, so Tristan Harris is appointed. So now we will do the runoff for Harbor Commission for the 3rd seat amongst the 3 other than the 2 incumbents on the list. So for Harbor Commission, Councilmember O'Neill, Antonella Castro. Councilmember Duffield, Rudy Schwartzek. Councilmember Dixon, Rudy Schwartzek. Councilmember Avery, Rudy Schwartzek. Councilmember Brenner, Rudy Schwartzek. Mayor Pro Tem Blom, Rudy Schwartzek, and Mayor Muldoon. Jordan Wachter, with 5 votes for Rudy Schwartzek. He is the newest member on the Harbor Commission. Thank you.
Okay, now on to item number 23. I think we're going to have a really fast staff report.
Okay, good evening, council members. So tonight, as outlined in the staff report, is we would like to declare a level 2 water shortage. We talked about these different levels 2 city council meetings ago, and we updated our municipal code based on that. As many of you know, rainfall, when you look at our measurements here in Orange County, Northern California, and also Colorado River, are well below average and then accumulated below average. And then that impacts our reservoir levels. And as many of you know, we receive water from what I would describe simply as the north, as the east, and under our feet. And the option to go to the west is no longer on the table. And so we have these 3 options, right? And the key to any water system is redundancy, which we're going to talk about. Colorado River, the water coming from the north, from Northern California, is very, very minimal. That's all being serviced for many of the agencies to the north of us and also the Central Valley. So we primarily rely on the water to the east, Colorado River, and our groundwater basin. And we'll talk real quick about Colorado River. This is just kind of a visual graphic of Hoover Dam and how it's decreased over the years and what does that storage level look like. We're at a point on the Colorado River where it's Arizona and Nevada have already had to implement different shortages, and then California may enter some different shortage levels as well. The situation there in the Colorado is not good. We have the redundancy through our investments through the Orange County Water District and the foresight of their city to be into the district and to be a part of the groundwater basin and to pump from this aquifer. And then the reinvestment is all the groundwater recycling that is taking place. So it puts us in a really good position going into this drought. But what's happened since then, the governor has issued some executive orders. The State Water Resources Control Board has also issued emergency regulations, and so now we're required to enter into a level 2. What I'd like to leave you with in the public is that, the city has done a tremendous job in conservation, right? The residents and businesses, when you look at our water use from 20 years ago, I put in my staff report 25%. It's actually nearly 30% less water than we did 20 years ago. And we've invested by having groundwater and all this recycling. Our calculations through our partners show, hey, we have a balanced supply. We can meet our supply for next year through groundwater, but we don't have a lack of surplus. Or we have a lack of surplus, right? Everything's threatened by the drought, so we want to take these additional actions. So I'm going to describe very briefly about these actions. And one of the actions that's part of a level 2 is 3 watering days per week. And what this is for automated sprinklers, for irrigation, landscaping, grass. And we're recommending 3 non-specific days, somewhat on the honor system, but it is still enforceable if we need to. But we can promote that through awareness and education. Hey, 3 watering days is the new requirement. The other one is deciding what is the base year. As we talked about a while ago, do we compare based on budgets or do we compare on your previous use? And the consensus was pick a year and that's what you're going to be measured against. So we're recommending the year 2020 It's kind of the last year prior to going into drought. It was the whole COVID beginning year, which kind of threw things off. But it actually plays, it's really kind of the most flexibility for the residents because they actually use a little more water that year at home. And so it gives them a little more flexibility there too. Thank you. A couple more slides when we're done here. And the last action here is are there any cutback percentages? And so there's a couple different ways to approach this. What we're recommending is for residential and irrigation accounts only, that they would use no more water than the year 2020. So in other words, they use the same amount of water that they did in the year 2020, but don't use more than that. And we would start, and of course there's exemptions and relief that's built into the code, into the entire process. And what we've put in there too is if you're already a very efficient water user where you're using less than 100 cubic feet a month, so if you go over, that's fine. You're already efficient, right? And the whole focus is on education, right? Sending out information. What is your water use? What does it look like? How does it compare to? Just like I was talking to Mr. Brest before the meeting too, right? A 20-minute shower is 50 gallons of water. Right? That's 10 5-gallon buckets of water versus a 5-minute shower is 12 and a half minutes, or 12 and a half gallons of water, just to compare the visuals of 5 minutes versus 20. But the key focus is going to be on outdoor water use, and so we're going to focus on education. You're going to see signage out there, direct mailing, emails, door hangers if we need to. And then we're rolling out this summer our customer portal. So this is where customers can take a look at their actual water use day by day if they would like to. They don't have to. And they can see hour by hour how much they use. They can see when their sprinklers go on and off. It's really kind of impressive to see when you look at your water use. Focus on, as far as enforcement goes, is going to be on waste. We want to go after that water that's in the gutter. That's just being wasted down the street, right, which causes that urban runoff. And then if we need to escalate, we will. But we feel like we can accomplish a lot through education, and it's already happening now. Last time we talked, back in November, lots of good discussion about rebates and incentives too. So there's lots of rebates and incentives out there. OCWatersmart.com is where we're directing everyone to go. It's through our regional partner, through MODOC, where if you have a commercial business or residential, indoor, outdoor, so your washing machine to your sprinklers, and there's rebates out there. It's not for everyone, but they're out there if you're interested. So just to close, this would be going into effect here after July 14th. We'll be back in November to reevaluate this and bring to you a recommendation to either continue or to discontinue. And we recommend approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Councilman Avery.
Mark, just your thoughts regarding Poseidon. The Coastal Commission has denied that. If the drought continues, like we think it probably will, when will we need desal in your view?
Well, that project, as I understand it, is gone, dead. I don't think it's on life support at all.
So can we just continue with our current methods of supply?
Yeah, I mean, it relies on us having a little more fortune on rain and snowpack. A lot of the other, so Orange County has the largest this groundwater replenishment recycling facility in the world. So now all of these other agencies, LA County is kind of prime example, they're spending a ton of money to catch up and build that water recycling. So that's going to be another factor in adding more water, making the pie bigger is more and more water recycling.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Brenner.
Mark, I was reading Grace's report today, and it said that watering is prohibited between 9 and 5, and I never knew that, and I was watering today between 9 and 5, and so...
Is Chief Lewis around?
I was feeling That's grounds for dismissal from the council. But my question is, it said in your report just now that hand watering is exempt. So what does that mean?
So that is one of the new permanent restrictions we implemented, which is basically no daytime automatic sprinkler watering, because that's when you get a lot more evaporation loss that happens there too. Hand watering through your own hose and your nozzle, that's exempt. You're allowed to do that. So that's perfectly acceptable. And generally, folks, when they're doing that, they are a little more conscious about targeting the exact spot on their grass or landscaping.
Great. One more question. Are there any efforts to encourage people to buy the instant hot water systems in their homes? Are there incentives from the state or anything like that?
No, there's not. No.
There should be.
Yeah, it's not on there too, and the tankless. I mean, you're talking about the tankless hot water heaters too. Which do a great job too. But the second component of that, which for saving water, is you need a recirculation pump. Oh. And that's what, so a lot of people put in tankless as well too, and they work great for that purpose. But then if you want to have it where you're continually circulating water so it's instantly ready at your tap, you need to add in a pump, and then that comes with electricity. And
so then it's not as beneficial as it seems.
It is, but it's just fivefold more complicated.
Yes. I noticed when I lived in an Irvine Company apartment and the bedroom was on the top floor, it took like 20 minutes to get hot water up there. And it just seemed like it would be an obvious incentive for the state to try to get people to eliminate that. Would you talk to the governor?
That's part of, I would say, a lot of the reasons why we have so much water conservation here too is because of all of the different, water efficient features that people put in, right? So their toilets, their piping system, their dishwashers, their washing machines, all those things use a quarter of the amount of water that they did 20 years ago. So that all contributes. So as people renovate, they're going to put in those features, they'll make the extra time. But to answer your question, they are there for clothes washers, but I don't see them for the hot water heaters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Joy, you got some real hot water there, but you got out of it. I just wanted to note, California, Orange County, and the city of Newport Beach use less water than they did 20 years ago, correct? And overall, the city of Newport Beach uses 25% less water today than it did approximately 20 years ago. That's even with, that's
amazing.
Not spread out over just over the whole city, we're using less water.
That's correct.
That's great. Okay, any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon, Council, Dennis Bress, Balboa Island. Sorry, I gave the overview, Mark, on the previous agenda item, but I just want to add to this one. Wow, level 2, that's amazing. That means we're, in dire straits in regards to a drought. So we all watch the news and see what's going on in regards to Lake Mead, Lake Powell, et cetera. But like I said previously, we're pretty... We've master planned, the city of Newport Beach and Orange County is, that we have, like you said, the world's largest groundwater replenishment system in Huntington Beach. And that plays a critical role in all the water that we use that eventually gets processed, then piped up to Anaheim and sits in those riverbeds and then percolates back into the water table, of which we then pull and distribute to the homes. I would highlight, though, back in 2012 when my daughter was Commodore for Balboa Island Yacht Club, we kind of foresaw what was going on, and one of her projects was after we traveled to Europe one time, we noticed in the showers there was a 5-minute water timer. And I'd never seen that before, and I thought, wow, that's pretty ingenious. Well, the reason was in Amsterdam, they were having a water shortage, and that's what they were using to allow people to regulate how much time they were in the shower. So that said, talking to Mark, it looks like the city of Newport Beach is going to use some of that same type of technology, a simple water timer that tells you how long you've been in the shower, which is great. Because the bottom line is, if you do a 20-minute shower, that's 50 gallons. If you do a 5-minute shower, that's 13 gallons. So you save 37 gallons by doing a 5-minute shower. It's kind of tough to shower in 5 minutes, but at least you have the time. I'm going to make up all the 3 minutes and go 30 seconds over because this is the last one. But no, really. But anyways, if you take 4 family members and multiply that times 37 gallons, that's 150 gallons for a family of 4. So this is it, the last agenda item. But yeah, we do need to save water, so shower timers is great. And Grace, your weekly newsletter will probably be an informative tool to make sure the public is aware of what we have to do. Great to see you guys tonight.
You running for office, Dennis?
No, not yet. But Kevin, Mayor, congratulations. Yeah, next. But Kevin, congratulations to end the whole thing on the birth of your daughter. That's just great. Sleepless night. So have a great night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yes.
Or are we done with public comments? I'm sorry.
Jim, do you have anything to say? No, we are done with public comments.
Future question, we don't hear any talk about purple lines. Are we ever looking at that and recycled water in our public spaces?
So we do have a recycled water system. It does supply 3 to 5% of our city in different areas. We're actually talking to the Water District about expanding that, and so we're looking at options for that too. But the bigger picture is that we're putting what I would describe our money and our investment into the recycling, which then turns into pure groundwater, which then we can use for different things. And I'll just add one last thing. If you don't have a shower timer, which we are handing those out at different events and things like that, a typical song is about 3.5 minutes long. So if you have 2 songs in a row on your phone, that's 6 minutes or 7 minutes. You know, that's another way to measure your time in a shower.
I think Bohemian Rhapsody.
I thought the state of California now only allows shower heads to emit certain volume of water. Haven't they reduced the flow of water?
Yes, yeah.
I thought so, I could tell.
Councilman O'Neill,
Yeah,
what more could you add to this conversation?
I have 5 questions with 2 subparts each. I move staff recommendation.
Second. Let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. Any motions for consideration? Madam Clerk?
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the city council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
I'd like to discuss attendance. No, There are no motions to reconsider. We are adjourned.